From the day of our founding, we have proclaimed that every man and woman on this earth has rights and dignity and matchless value because they bear the image of the Maker of heaven and earth. So it is the policy of the United States to seek and support the growth of democratic movements and institutions in every nation and culture with the ultimate goal of ending tyranny in our world. The great objective of ending tyranny is the concentrated work of generations. The difficulty of the task is no excuse for avoiding it. We will persistently clarify the choice before every ruler in every nation. The moral choice between oppression, which is always wrong, and freedom, which is eternally right. Eventually, the call of freedom comes to every mind and every soul. We do not accept the existence of permanent tyranny because we do not accept the possibility of permanent slavery. Liberty will come to those who love it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the George W. Bush Presidential Center, Ken Hersh.
Good morning, and welcome to the 2024 Forum on Leadership. Thank you all for attending, and special thanks to President and Mrs. Bush for their guidance and their inspiration, and thanks to so many here who've supported us and invested in our work. We value your partnership, and we aim to make you proud. Today, it is very easy to be pessimistic. In a recent poll, 76% of Americans reported thinking that the country was headed in the wrong direction. And many are distraught over a presidential election that more than two-thirds say they don't want. For the first time in a long time, the parties are both running on maximizing grievance versus presenting real solutions. Despite all the benefits we have, we are not a confident bunch right now. And it's casting a cloud over our role in the world. Many now argue to a domestic voting audience that in the U.S., with our overstretched balance sheet and our spotty track record, we can no longer be the world's policeman. But playing the role of the global cop, I think, is the wrong analogy. A far better analogy for the U.S., and the one it already plays, is that of a player coach. America is asked both to lead and to play the game of freedom, democracy, and capitalism at the same time. We boast the world's largest economy, representing 25% of global GDP, and we lead the world in innovation. We possess the world's largest military with a presence in over 80 countries. We manage the world's reserve currency and its financial infrastructure. And if you don't think the U.S. is needed on the field, simply ask those who rely on us for so many things, or those around the world who are trying to get into this country to flee their corrupt or authoritarian leaders. I'd like to grab this country by the shoulders and shake it to get us out of the funk. We should be confident. We should embrace our role, exhibit global stage presence, and exhibit a leadership style fitting of today's challenges. Why? Because we have no real choice. And if not us, who? We are in a critical period in our history. How we react to three major factors at play today in the next 2 or 3 years will determine the fate of the next 50. First, we are amidst a global decoupling as we move from a world of a single superpower to a multipolar world with and complicated by a new axis of evil consisting of Russia, Iran, North Korea, Syria, and a complicit China, all of which will impact economic growth, politics, and geopolitics. Second, we need to figure out our relationship with rapidly changing technology that has both enormous benefits and risks. Established institutions will need to evolve, and we need to lead that evolution, or in fact, we will leave it to others. And remember, if you're not at the table, you're likely on the menu. Third, we're seeing a rise of populism at home and around the world, with its ugly isolationism, protectionism, and nativism. Despite the fact that empirical evidence has time and again proven them wrong, these dangerous tendencies never seem to go away. As David French, one of our panelists today, wrote in the New York Times last fall, evolution is a concept that applies to biology, not human nature. It turns out that humanity does not grow out of the darkness of the past. It has to be contested in every generation. Or, as George Bernard Shaw said more simply, we learn from experience that men never learn from experience. In this country, the rise of populism has come at a time of enormous political dysfunction, giving it breathing room and power, as the forces of moderation are too divided to mount a stirring defense, and thus our divisions are getting reinforced. I was disturbed by a poll out last fall by UVA's Center for Politics that found that 38% of Joe Biden supporters and 41% of Donald Trump supporters said that the opposite party's views were so dangerous that it was acceptable to use violence to stop them from achieving their goals. This is not a phenomenon of just one side of the aisle. And I maintain that you can't say you love this country and hate half of it at the same time. This is why I call it a two-front war. We are both at war with ourselves at home and our adversaries abroad, a completely untenable situation. We cannot tend to the geopolitical fires abroad when our own house is ablaze. Ian Bremmer and Jared Cohen wrote recently about why this dysfunction at home hurts the world. They said a country that struggles to manage its domestic challenges will struggle to persuade others to view it as an example, let alone entrust it with the responsibilities of upholding and revitalizing international order. In short, as player-coach, we cannot win if this continues. President Bush puts it much more succinctly, of course, when he says, 9/11 taught us that what happens over there matters here. Now, I would add that what happens here matters over there. Supporting others abroad confronts extremism that could ultimately threaten our shores. If we retreat from the world stage, we will be less secure here at home. We need to know that we're a great country, capable of great things, and have led the greatest peacetime advance in quality of life and longevity in the history of mankind. At the same time, we must also realize that we don't always get it right. However, just because we don't always get it right doesn't mean that we give up. We are not quitters. Our dynamic economy is built on risk-taking and overcoming failures and learning from it. As a country, we must have the same confidence and not retreat because the stakes are simply too high. We must remember, as Ronald Reagan warned, that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. In both Ukraine and Israel today, we are seeing how important it is to support freedom fighters globally. Who knows how less aggressive Russia, Hamas, and Iran would have been had we not abandoned our Afghanistan mission so weakly and had we remained firmly behind our allies. It is understandable that our waffling empowers Russia and Iran. If we want peace, we must be strong. Our leadership should be charged with strengthening our freedoms, not increasing the risk of losing them. At the Bush Center, we are unapologetic globalists who feel it is critical that we support freedom and opportunity around the world. And today that means remaining steadfast in our commitment to both Ukraine and Israel. Perhaps by hearing stories from abroad, we will appreciate what we have here at home and use this message to motivate each of us to be a force for action. That's why we've come together here today to discuss the call of freedom. This morning, we will hear voices of freedom, we will explore the role of human rights in the new global order, and we will discuss how religious liberties are on the front lines of this battle for personal freedom. We'll hear from inspirational participants in our programs, as well as from Indra Nooyi, our 2024 recipient of the George W. Bush Presidential Medal for Distinguished Leadership. And at lunch, Bill Burns, the director of the CIA, will discuss navigating global conflicts. After lunch, we've set up a war room in the museum to hear from two experts on Ukraine and Israel, two flashpoints where the great power conflicts are being played out in real time. Don't miss that as you exit. These are critical topics that the U.S. doesn't have the luxury of shying away from, and we're not going to shy away from them here at the Bush Center. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, President and Mrs. Bush, for your inspiration and your guidance. And to kick us off now, it is my honor to introduce Jennifer Chandler, the president of Bank of America Dallas and the head of philanthropic solutions for the entire Bank of America. B of A has been a generous partner and investor in our work, and we value them in our pursuit of freedom, opportunity, accountability, and compassion. Please join me in welcoming Jennifer Chandler.
Good morning. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce this first panel, Voices of Freedom. And this is not just a discussion or a dialogue. It's a true testament to the human values and the values of the Bush Institute: freedom, opportunity, accountability, and compassion. In the face of persecution and political intimidation, special people rise to the occasion and use their voice to stand up for what's right. It's even more impressive because they're often doing this alone. Their stories are not just stories of personal triumph, but they're incredible examples of what one voice can do in the pursuit of freedom. Today, we're privileged to hear from people that have really embodied the courage and the determination needed. They've pushed the status quo, and they've spoken for truth. I'm particularly excited to hear the discussion today because we know through the Institute, hearing these stories, supporting their work, helps us all create change, and they've flown across the world for us to hear their stories. I'm so pleased to introduce Pashtana Durrani, founder and executive director, Learn Afghanistan. Joseph Kim, program manager, global policy and expert in resident, George W. Bush Institute. Alice Zurafel, Ukrainian social entrepreneur and innovator. And our moderator, Natalie Ganella-Platz, Director Global Policy of the George W. Bush Institute. You are in for a treat. I've had the pleasure to visit with them, and again, they've traveled across the globe to tell this incredible story of how they've used their voice. So please join me in welcoming this panel as we amplify their voices of freedom.
Wonderful. Good morning. Well, Jennifer did such a tremendous job in framing the conversation. I have only a little bit to add, and we're going to hear from an incredible array of speakers today. The itinerary really is just amazing. So I actually want to focus on the timing of this discussion. It is not by coincidence or scheduling availability that we have positioned this discussion among advocates to kick us off. It is really reflective of the incredible asset that Pashtana, Joseph, and Alice represent, and so many like them represent, in terms of advancing free and fair societies around the world. They represent the core values we have here at the Bush Institute. And so as you think of all the big ideas, the incredible leaders, the critical questions that are projected across all of the panels today, I have two calls to action to all of you. The first is to remember the perspectives and lived experience that are shared right now across all of those discussions and all of those that you have beyond today. The second is to think about, what is your call to action? How can you answer the call to freedom to support these tremendous and courageous individuals and so many like them who are advancing peace and prosperity every day in unbelievable circumstances of adversity? So with that, I want to turn to our panelists, and Joseph would be the very first to say ladies first. So of course, I'm going to put him on the spot because he's wildly outnumbered right now. But too often, the issue of human rights and national security are disconnected in foreign policy priorities. And that is a disservice because they're intrinsically linked. And the North Korean example is a really important projection of that. And so from your perspective, can you explain why and why you cannot de-link human rights from security priorities?
Thank you, Natalie. It's great to be outnumbered.
Always.
I have not only studied different forms of governance, but I have also grown up both in a dictatorship and in a democracy. And I believe that it is impossible to achieve credible and sustainable national security without respect for its citizens' human rights and dignity. What is the point of attaining security if it cannot provide its citizens with freedom, rights, and dignity, even if it is possible? Trust is essential to international peace and security, as social covenants and international treaties have little meaning without it. As a former Soviet dissident, Andrei Sakharov has said, how can you expect a government that does not respect its citizens' right to expect the rights of its neighbors? So when it comes to North Korea and its policy, I reject the premise that human rights and security are separate issues. The Bush Institute's senior fellow, Dr. Victor Cha, says that human rights and security are inextricably connected. For example, one way the North Korean regime finances its nuclear program weapons is by offering its citizens as forced labor overseas. Compromising human rights issues and prioritizing security objectives would signal to other bad actors that their behavior too is acceptable. Neglecting human rights abuse would also undermine the credibility and the legitimacy of a free nation. In that regard, I believe integrating human rights and security into grand strategy on North Korea is not a nice thing to do, but a must.
No, so many important points there, and I want to drill down further on these linkages, specifically looking at the right to education. And so, Pashtana, I want to come to you. The Taliban have not only restricted access to education for most female members of society, but they've actually used the education system as a strategic tool in the advancement of propaganda, power, and profit. And so from your experience, your perspective, both as an education advocate and as an Afghan, why does this matter and warrant much greater scrutiny from the global community?
Thank you so much, Natalie, for this question. And first of all, it's great to be back at home, because I think Texas almost reminds me of home in Afghanistan. I'm from Kandahar, go south. So going back to your question, I think the first thing we have to understand, people who bombed schools for 2 decades cannot be expected to open them. I mean, that's the reality of it. People who didn't have any strategic education, who didn't have any sort of grooming towards leadership politics, cannot be expected to lead a country. Go to Ministry of Education's website right now. You cannot find a framework for education for the boys. Forget girls, for the boys. So for me, I think I understand, but the world has forgotten that Taliban are people who fought guerrilla fight, and that's all they are. There's nothing else to them. They're not policymakers. They are not willing to make our country a country that is something that is livable for women. But also, most importantly, you have to understand that these people actively undermine the prosperity of Afghanistan. These are not the people who wanted to sort of have enemies in the government. No, for them, a girl who went to school was an enemy. A teacher who taught in school was an enemy. Anyone, the first decree, by the way, that they issued when we had a democratic country, the first thing that they issued was, anyone who works with nonprofits, anyone who works with any foreign government or is part of any NGO is someone that needs to A, stop, Second, if they don't stop, they're supposed to be beaten up. The third thing is they will be attacked or murdered if they don't stop. So these are the sort of people that you're dealing with, and that's the country in whose hands Afghanistan is left, and the women of Afghanistan. And most importantly, you have also to understand that women are reduced to be a reproductive system in my country right now. They cannot go out, they cannot sit in something like this. It's all illegal except breathing and except producing children. So for me, it's not just about educating Afghan women, it's our right to that land, because I own that land as much as any other person. So why is my role reduced just because 70,000 men think it's their right to reduce it, you know?
No, absolutely. And you brought up a number of really important points in just how these autocratic regimes, extremists, really lean into the exploitation of the people and the state, the fact that the intentional undermining of women and other opposition parties. But I want to come to Alice, because another chapter in the dictator's playbook is the use of division. And Putin and the Russians have made it very clear of their core objective to eliminate the Ukrainian identity and Ukraine itself. And they've used division in a lot of ways in their propaganda and the like to do so. What I find really interesting about the work that you're doing, though, is that you very much leaned into what makes Ukraine diverse and haven't looked at the differences as a division, but actually as a unifying factor. And so I'd love for you to share more about what you're doing and why it matters and what it's meant to all those who are fighting against this oppressor in Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Natalie. And yes, I appreciate your words. I'm doing just, I don't know, this is just my responsibility as a Ukrainian. After Full-Scale Invasion, I decided to change my professional way from creative field. I never was in the humanitarian or social field to humanitarian field, and I started to work in the humanitarian field to be more effective for this crisis that happened in 2022 in February. From March, I was working in an international humanitarian organization, and this field, I understood a lot. I understand how I can be, again, effective, how I can be useful, and what I want to do next. And next, what I wanted to do is my social initiative about a lot of things of Ukraine, not about only diversity. It's actually about social cohesion. It's actually about just modern Ukrainian society. Why? Because I was stimulated, not inspired, but stimulated of crisis again and disinformation by Russia. Because Russian propaganda works perfect. That's what they really can do perfect. This is propaganda. And this propaganda about Nazism, neo-Nazism, racism in Ukraine, and so on. And I decided to be the voice who can just do minimal, just say that this is not like this. I wanted to fight propaganda, and I decided to amplify diverse Ukrainian voices in my social initiative to introduce this new generation of diverse, different Ukrainians of Slavic descent, non-Slavic descent, of African descent as me, Muslims, Asians, who live in Ukraine and feel like home to foreign audience. The second reason was, I think, lack of awareness about, again, modern Ukrainian society. Everything very connected. And lack of awareness, I mean that Ukraine was very long time close because of Soviet Union time, Russian Empire time. We was colonized, and we was close to, people, simple people, to do a network, to be, to have relationships with others, and not a lot of people from different countries, especially different continents, know about what really happening in Ukraine, just in society. And I wanted to raise awareness about just modern Ukrainian society to foreigners. And also, this is my personal belief, faith as a biracial Ukrainian, to underline this possibility of our society. I think we are very potential, especially new generation which was born after Soviet Union fall, like me in the independent country. And I think we have a lot of potential to have successful country, but after victory, of course, not just right now. So I decided to make like my own experiment as a biracial Ukrainian. What if we trying to make our own unique diversity? This is not diversity in Ukraine. In Ukrainian context, diversity is different from American context. It's very essential to have to know. And I wanted to make experiment. What if we can use this as a social cohesion factor to make more sustainable and regenerative society in Ukraine?
Oh, it's tremendous. And I want to bring up something you mentioned too about the new generation. So everyone who is currently sitting to my left is 33 years of age or younger. So the future is safe in the hands of tremendous advocates like this. I want to just ask this next question. I know what you're going to say, but I want to make sure we state it. So there are a lot of apologists out there. There are a lot of those who are inching towards normalization of these regimes. So from your perspective, as an advocate and as an expert, do you think these regimes are capable of reform or change? Pashtana, first for you, the Taliban, Afghanistan.
I mean, as I said, you cannot expect them to change. And at the same time, these people don't have the understanding of Afghan people, because for them, Afghan people are reduced to, some things that they can control, and that's what they're doing. Afghans are not able to control. The one thing I think is fascinating about Afghanistan is read our history. We don't forgive people easily. We don't. So if you're not nice to our people, it doesn't matter if you're a monarchy, if you're someone who is important, if you're royalty, if you're a terrorist, you will not be forgiven. And you'll be punished for it. And I say it again and again for Afghanistan, the Taliban are in for a big surprise because they think they can control people with their 70,000 fighters. Afghanistan has been standing for 3,000 years, and they're like a new tale, which is like 40 years old. So I don't think, they change, and I don't think they have a plan to survive or sustain within this ancient nation of Afghanistan.
Joseph, your perspective on the Kim family in North Korea, capable of reform?
No is my short answer.
Please elaborate.
But ultimately, the fate of a nation is not up to one dictator. If history has taught us anything, it's that people cannot deny their desire for freedom forever. North Korea is no different. It will come to an end. Professor Arthur Brooks has said that hope and optimism are different. He says, optimism is the belief that things will turn out all right. Hope makes no such assumptions, but is a conviction that one can act to make things better in some ways. I'm not optimistic, but I'm hopeful that freedom and justice will prevail in North Korea as long as we remain steadfast in our convictions and take actions. To that end, I'm proud to say that the Bush Institute works to advance policies integrating human rights and national security, provide scholarships to North Korean refugees studying in the United States, provide leadership trainings to equip young North Korean escapees with knowledge and skills to become a new generation of leaders dedicated for the cause of freedom. So when it comes to North Korea and its people, I encourage you to choose hope and never give up, and to steal David's quote, never again must be never again.
Thank you. And Alice, your perspective on the Putin regime in Russia and its capability of reform.
No.
Anything you want to add? No pressure.
I'm sorry.
We could go with no.
Yes. No, of course no, because Putin's regime, absolutely not, because 20 years vertical, this totalitarian vertical that exists, this is something, I don't know, for modernity, this is something not, for me, I don't know how to say about it. It's like for European context, because different cultures can have different context, but for Europe, I'm like Eurocentric lady, I can say that I never think I was born in Kharkiv, like 40 kilometers, like one hour by car from Russia. And I never think about going to Russia. I've never been there because better for me come to Poland, come to Germany and so on, to Europe, which is more far from my city, for example, but not Russia, because Russia was always for me very not flexible, very totalitarian, and let's say without proposal, civilization proposal, idea proposal, like what you guys, you want to occupy my city, for example, right now, but what you're going to do there, you don't have anything, academia, arts, nothing. Like you have something which was appropriated from Ukraine and from Europe. Russian culture was appropriated. It's not unique. And for me, it's something like, but about Putin's regime can be changed, can be modernized. After Bucha, after like Hostomel, so on, it can be like nice. It can be, but maybe after Putin, maybe, yes, we had these changes before in the history. Maybe something changed with Russia, but I hope it will be not the same big empire with different territories, which was occupied again. I think it will be like a different country by territory as well.
So we'll call this the no but answer for all three of them. So leaning into hope and that but, right, and the role of the people. Joseph, what I love about you, and every time you talk about your experience in North Korea and your journey here to the United States, you always mention the impact of love and the inherent dignity and value that your parents celebrated and instilled in you. And I would love for you to share why this mattered so much to who you are today and the work you do as an advocate.
So I saw my father die of starvation when I was 12 years old. My sister, in that same year, my older sister was sold to a man in China. My mom was sent to a prison camp. So suddenly, I went from having a loving family to become essentially no one, orphan and homeless on the streets. I did everything I could do to stay alive as 12 years old. That includes begging food from strangers on the street, stealing food, working in coal mines. Before coming to America, I was always trying to survive another day. I never really had a chance to, and also didn't have a mental space to reflect and process all that happened. When I came to America, I had so many questions. Why me was one of them. To this day, I still don't know why that it was me that I got to leave, and probably I would never know. Another question was, how did I survive when other homeless children didn't make it? In retrospect, I think it's the knowledge that I was loved by my parents, my sister, because other explanations don't make sense. I was not the strongest. I was not the smartest. say this because many homeless children that I met on the street were abandoned by their own parents. I don't know why I'm becoming so emotional. And they often said, even if I die today, no one will care and no one will notice. But for me, that was not the same. I knew that I deserved to live another day because if I didn't make it, I knew my sister would be very upset. And I say this message with great caution because it's not necessarily a hopeful message for children who did not have the fortune to grow up with loving parents. But one of my favorite sayings in English is, change is inevitable, but growth is optional. Everyone's definition of what growth is can be different, but I hope that all definitions of growth include caring for others. And when that happens, I think there is a hope for children who did not have the experience of growing up with loving parents. So to your question, I think I am who I am because of my parents, for their love, and I will always remain grateful.
Thank you for that, Joseph. Thank you for being so vulnerable. I know that was a tough question, and you can tell why every one of us here at the Bush Center counts it an honor to work alongside Joseph. And Pashchana, again, leaning into just your personal journey as an advocate, you are a testament to the power of education in changing hearts and minds in closed societies. You are from one of the most conservative provinces in Afghanistan. And so I would love for you to talk about the role of education in your lived experience and the success, not just as an individual, but the tremendous work you're doing to ensure girls in Afghanistan are able to access their right to an education.
I just, building on what Joseph had to say when it comes to parents. So we say it, we are like, Americans came to Afghanistan, and when they came to Afghanistan, my father was one of the people who fought against the Taliban with the Americans, and we had people who would come like Americans with big beards, and we would be like, okay, and then they would go to Afghanistan, and I grew up in a refugee camp, and I remember being, I think, 4 almost, and my father comes first time in 6 months after fighting the Taliban, and he comes and he looks at me, and he's like, you're gonna learn English. And when you grow up, you're going to talk to the Americans. And I'm like, okay, I get that, thank you. And I started going to school. Of course, I was in school, but I started going to English classes, and I started learning English. And of course, I learned most of my English from Gilmore Girls on Netflix. But he was happy. He was happy that I was learning something. So the reason I'm sharing the story is it's very personal to me. I grew up in refugee camp thinking that I had a country to go back to, and I went to a country that welcomed me, whose constitution and article said that I was equal to the men in Afghanistan, whose constitution's article said that I could access education until BA for free, and I was entitled to those rights, and that was in writing, and the people had testimony to that, and my father was part of it, and my family was part of it. And I took so much pride in that. Like, I would rub it in people's faces, and when I was in refugee camp, like, whatever. Like, us, we're important people. We have a constitution. We matter. So I grew up with that notion. And growing up, I had a lot of female women leaders in education, like Shabana, like Farishta, like Roya, to look up to, and I'm so grateful that I had those. Now, fast forward to coming from Maruf, Kandahar, where it was held hostage by the Taliban for 20 years because we gave 2,300 men to the war that was fought in Afghanistan, and they were all martyred, they were murdered, and their families were held hostage by the Taliban because they enlisted in military and police, and they believed in a better Afghanistan. And this is my tribe I'm talking about. So whenever I walk into places like these, I work for all of them. I represent all of them because I believe if they were here, they would have done the same thing. So if we gave all these young men to be martyred just so our kids could go to school, and we gave all these sacrifices, it was enough for us to get to where we were until 2021. But now it's important and it's up to us to fight it, not with arms, not with what the Taliban did, but in a way where we have longevity and sustainability. And for me, the hope, again, leaning into hope. For me, hope is, of course, I can say it all the time, oh, I'm doing an important work, but honestly, I'm living a pretty chill life, you know. I get to travel, I get to meet the President of the US, I get to meet Natalie, and I hang out with people. I was hanging out with veterans yesterday, so I have a pretty chill life. But then again, at the same time, I have teachers who are showing up in Kandahar right now in a basement and they're teaching girls. I have 100 girls who are teaching, who are coming up to that school and who are learning biophysics, chemistry. We had our first batch of 30 girls who just graduated from grade 12, and this has happened for the first time in the past 2.5 years in Afghanistan. I have women who are showing up to school in a hospital basement in Helmand. Helmand and Kandahar, for those of you who know Afghanistan, South and conservative South, where it's very hard, even back in the day, to get educated. So if they can show up and get educated and teach girls, the least I could do is show up for them in spaces like these and make sure that that continues. So for me, it's important to make sure that I believe in that Afghanistan. My goal is 34 schools by the end of next year, and my goal is 3,400 women leaders in the next 10 years who are gonna do much, much more than I do, yeah.
You've come a long way from a 4-year-old starting her English classes to sitting on stage and just sharing the incredible work that you do. So I want to go back to what I said at the start of the conversation and the call to action, right? And so each of you have a very unique lived experience. You are incredibly tenacious, not just in terms of the causes you serve, but the broader goal of a more free and fair future for all. And so my question to you is twofold. One, what is your message to activists who don't yet know that they are activists amid this incredible network? And two, what is your specific call to action, whether it's time, talent, treasure, to our audience and everyone who will see this conversation via the live stream or in video format in the future? Alice, let's start with you.
My suggestions for advocates, activists, will be, I think it depends on context. If activists or advocates at risk, at physical risk, in Afghanistan, in Middle East, somewhere in Africa, in Ukraine, you should to be very careful and organize safety environment for yourself. That's what I can say from my experience. As a displaced Ukrainian, it's absolutely also not practical suggestions like you have to be sure that you're not alone. That's loved ones, family members, relatives, friends, someone can support you when you feel really bad. Because this way can be like this, you can feel depressed, you can feel just mentally very, very bad, especially when you're at risk. And don't fear, don't be afraid of to be maybe cancelled, even to be maybe criticized, because right now where our world's very changeable and a lot of different interests around, you can be criticized, you can be ashamed, you can be cancelled, so you can have this bad impact from the society sometimes. For example, I have attacks from Russian people always, but you have to be very confident, because if you do something from your heart, for your homeland, for your people, you're always right. And be creative. Yes, be creative, innovative. You have to experiment. You have to try to make coalitions, uncommon unexpected connections between fields and so on. And the second question, call to action, I think we have to be more aware about Ukraine, like about not just talent pool, it's knowledge and experience pool. Because right now, there are new generations face this war, face this public crisis, and you do the best to solve it, do the best to like find new approaches, new methodology to make life better for ourselves. But I think these cases, best cases, can be also work for beyond, like for other countries, which is in crisis, in public crisis, because we have it in the world. And yes, we can see Ukraine not just like crisis zone of the war. We can see Ukraine right now, which is like talent and knowledge and experience pool, like experimental field when something very meaningful and distinctive can happen.
No, I love that emphasis. 1 on self-care, 2 on the role of creativity, and 3 on how you replicate, right? The innovation.
Yes.
So fantastic. Joseph, same 2 questions to you. Your advice to advocates and your call to action for our audience and others.
So this is my observation, not backed by any scientific evidence. But as I get older, I realized that I became incredibly sophisticated with the language of probability, which is a great language to have if you're in business of managing risk. But I'm an activist. I need to believe in possibilities. And often, experts say North Korea is intractable problem, therefore it's hopeless. Yes, it is impossible issue when you look at it in the lens of language of probability, but it is not when you look at it in the eyes of possibilities. So I ask everyone to believe and choose invested in possibilities, not on probabilities. 2 is activism is, I am very grateful to be with the Bush Institute where I don't have to worry. I can do the work that I care about deeply, but also get enough to live. That's not the case for other dissidents. Find a way to support them. It doesn't have to be Bush Center. Maybe I'm getting trouble for saying this, but support organizations that enable dissidents to do the great work, and that's, I guess, my ask.
Fantastic. And that includes our own scholarship program here at the Bush Institute, which is named in honor of our colleague, Lindsay Lloyd. And Joseph can tell you a lot more information about that. And Pushtana, to you to just close us out, your advice to advocates and your call to action for our audience.
Well, first of all, I think any young person, the first thing that you need to do is believe in yourself like a child, like when you were 8, 9. Also, it applies to grown-ups, trust me. If you believe in yourself, you can make it happen. When I started working on Learn, people are like, are you crazy? Internet, electricity, devices in Afghanistan. We cannot get girls in school, in a physical school, and you want to teach them on tablets? And I was like, yes. And it worked. It worked. I have a 400 girls army today, and people don't, so I stand corrected. So believe in yourself delusionally. On social media, there is this thing called Delulu is the Silulu. It really is. Trust me, it really is. Just be delulu about it, But also, to more practical terms, if I have to start anything and I advise it to any young person, do your homework, do your research, get around people who understand it, ask them questions. literally just bother them, stalk them, ask them questions. And the second thing you need to do is talk to the people that you want to work with or the people that you want to serve, because activism is serving. It's service to the society, to the community, and you need to be in touch with the nerve of the community, which is the people of that community. So you need to do your homework, you need to talk to the people, you need to come up with a solution that is not just right in your head, but is acceptable and applicable to those people. That's something that any young person should do. Believe in yourself and do all of that homework before you do that. And then call to action would be, especially when it comes to Afghanistan, because why not? I think the most important thing right now is don't forget Afghanistan, but also when you're remembering Afghanistan, please don't enable corrupt people again. I beg of you guys, please stop bringing in drug lords and cartel leaders and thinking just because we're part of the Afghan government, they are important. No, they're not. They ruined the country. So make sure that people who have roots in the country, people who have people in the country, people who can call people out in the country are someone that you're investing in. The second thing would be support, share, and uplift organizations that are working on educating girls in Afghanistan. That is point blank the first issue that anyone should be tackling, from a security point of view, but also from a human rights point of view. And then also just read my book, it's a nice book.
So both Pashtana and Joseph have books, and Alice is actually working on hers. So as you can see, these advocates are tremendous. We're so honored to have them here. You all have your call to action. And one more thing I do want to mention, we are so grateful to be able to exhibit Relentless Courage, which is a photo exhibition largely produced by female photographers documenting the daily experiences of Ukrainians, many on the front lines. And so that will be accessible in the lounge, directly adjacent from the auditorium. And I hope you will take this opportunity today to get to know these folks and their work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome North Korean human rights advocate Seohyun Lee.
Good morning. I'm truly honored to stand before such esteemed leaders and advocates for freedom to share my transformative journey from a world where freedom was a myth to one where it is daily reality. I was born in Pyongyang, the capital city of North Korea, with isolation and 24/7 indoctrination. I lived as a true believer of the regime, fully immersed in its ideologies and believing its contrived greatness. However, my perspectives began to change dramatically when I witnessed those injustices around me. I saw my best friend, Sujong, sent to a political prison camp because her father worked for Kim Jong-un's uncle, Jang Sung-taek. I knew a baby girl from my neighborhood desperately searching for her mother, who was arrested for guilt by association. My heart felt heavy with pain, but I didn't fully grasp what was wrong, accepting the life as it seemingly had to be. In time, these events transformed me into a double thinker, outwardly confirming, yet internally questioning. My experiences studying in China as a North Korean elite allowed me to confront the harsh realities and its brutalities. Those realities I had accepted without question previously. And this was the beginning of endless struggle. Up to this point, I had been blissfully ignorant and began to realize the moral contradictions existing in North Korea. Eventually, I realized that the only way to get out, to escape, But leaving North Korea meant giving up the privileges, status that I had been able to enjoy due to my father's higher level position in the country, and obviously the loved ones. Actually, giving up the privileges and social status given to our families was the least worries for my family. The biggest concerns were the family members left behind in North Korea and this uncertainty of unpredictable future in a new place. But staying in North Korea would mean a life of unspoken truth and the potential executions for myself and my family members. With our lives on the line, we embarked the perilous journey as non-believers. I vividly recall the day we departed Dalian Airport in China after making the decision to seek asylum. It was entirely surreal. I never thought about the day would happen to me. I mean, every moment was shadowed by the fear of being captured by the Chinese public security or North Korean agents. It was as if a gun pointed at the back of my head all the time. It was only after transiting through a third country and boarding to a South Korean Airlines flight to Seoul that I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. And at that moment, I was overwhelmed with unfamiliar emotions. I couldn't say goodbye to anyone. I couldn't explain to people why my family made such drastic decision. And it broke my heart to think that my respected and beloved father had to bear the disgrace of being labeled a traitor by those who once trusted and admired him. And there was also the moment, the profound sadness when I realized the possibility of not being able to going back to my country and seeing the loved ones again in my lifetime. Carrying these complex mixed feelings, we landed in the freedom and started a new life in America in 2016. Here, I quickly learned that no zookeepers was coming to feed us anymore. The newfound freedom meant I had to plan, work, and take responsibilities for my future. You know, in North Korea, the regime controlled every moment of our lives, determining how and where we spend our time, only and always to the regime's benefit. But in stark contrast, the United States gave me the right to choose how I spend my time. This newfound freedom transformed me into a human rights advocate, deeply inspired by President Bush's commitment to North Korean human rights. Upon learning about the North Korean Human Rights Act, I was astonished and inspired to discover that there was a policy actually aimed to help the people in North Korea, not the regime. Witnessing the dedication of those committed to help people thousands of miles away, I was so moved and inspired to advocate for my fellow North Koreans. And believing that knowledge is power, I decided to pursue further education in America. Now I'm enrolled at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs. My educational and activist aspirations, however, would have been impossible without the support from the Bush Center. The Lindsay Lloyd North Korea Freedom Scholarship has been a beacon of hope, empowering refugees like me to thrive in the newfound freedom. And I believe it also inspires freedom lovers worldwide. In my closing, I want to echo President Bush's human spirits seek freedom. This profound truth resonates deeply with my own journey from a country where freedom was just a dream to one where I can actually advocate for it. And as we continue to fight for the dignity and freedom of every individual, I ask you all to continue support for this noble cause of freedom. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former chairman and CEO of PepsiCo, Indra Nooyi.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Seohyun. What an inspiring testimony from her. It makes you want to pause, to reflect, and to be thankful that we're all here in the United States, a country founded on universal values and an enlightening vision of what we stand for: peace, democracy, and the freedom of every person to live their own life. I have lived a lucky life in two great democracies. I was born into independent India 8 years of after the country was freed from 350 years of occupation. I have been so fortunate that I've never had to experience what it's like to live without peace, without democracy, and without freedom to lead my own life. Those freedoms brought me from the world's largest democracy to the nation that John Adams said was a land made in broad daylight. And it allowed me to thrive and contribute in both countries. But sadly, not everyone is so lucky. And over the years, I've watched, read, and listened to so many stories of those that don't enjoy those basic freedoms. And I've come to realize that for those of us with freedom comes responsibility, an awesome responsibility. That in addition to the words on the founding documents, we need to feel the truth of what's at stake. We need to feel the truth of what's at stake. We need to feel stories like this. The Ministry of Unification, a department of the South Korean government, says that more than 34,000 defectors have made the journey from North to South Korea. 34,000 stories of families and relatives left behind as some seek freedom to lead their own lives. It's why conversations like the one we're going to have today matter. How the global powers with the values that respect the rights of each individual engages with the world. You know, foreign policy is not abstract. It's about who we sell arms to, whose food we buy, whose oppression we tolerate, and how we use soft power to win over countries when change needs to happen. We should be worried about countries who don't share our values spreading their influence around the world. When China builds an airport in Pakistan, high-speed railway in Indonesia, ports in Ethiopia, when the president of Venezuela calls Putin's election an exemplary act of democracy, and when Iran rewrites the book on proxy warfare. These are all troubling examples. At the same time, there are glimmers of hope. I look at activists around the world in Sudan and Ethiopia, or right here in the United States, who put everything on the line to be in the streets demanding their rights. Thomas Jefferson once said that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And that is as true today as ever. So with the expertise and experience to talk about all of this and more, I'm delighted to introduce our very impressive next panel. William Inboden runs the Hamilton Center at the University of Florida, and he is one of America's foremost scholars on the presidency and US statecraft. And then we have Nicole Bebin-Sedaka from the Freedom House, and Nicole spent a decade in the State Department working on democracy and human rights. And then we have Ambassador Mark Green, who leads the Wilson Center, and he is a particular expert in international development, having played a critical role in so many poverty reduction efforts that America enabled around the world. And finally, our moderator is the brilliant Igor Krestin from right here in the Bush Center. So let's give all of them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us. I want to start by saying how honored I am to work here alongside people like Joseph, Kim, Natalie, Chris, and others who every day come to work trying to advance free societies and freedom. And how also as a Ukrainian American, I'm so over the moon that Alice Zhuravell could make it here and really showcase the diversity and the spirit of Ukraine, which is very important, and that's our biggest tool in the fight against authoritarianism. But let me open this panel with a little bit of history. On January 3rd, 1975, President Gerald Ford signed into law a bill called the Trade Act of 1974. Inside that very innocuously named bill was an amendment that arguably changed the course of Cold War history. Sponsored by Senator Scoop Jackson of Washington and Congressman Charles Wennick of Ohio, the language in that bill conditioned U.S. trade benefits for countries based on whether they allowed free immigration of persecuted minorities, most notably the Soviet Jewry. The idea was controversial at the time. It was opposed by the so-called realists, that's a dirty word around here, by the way, and the business community, unfortunately, but it won and became a staple of U.S.-Soviet relations. So the Jackson-Vanik Amendment became a vital tool of human rights defenders and freedom fighters around the world. And most importantly, in the words of dissident icons like Natan Sharansky and Andrei Sakharov, it was spelled the beginning of the end for Soviet communism. So by the time the Soviet Union collapsed, this amendment allowed for more than 1 million Jews, Catholics, evangelical Christians, and other persecuted minorities to leave for the United States, Israel, and other free nations. That number also included my own family, the Krestnits, who arrived here from Ukraine with nothing more than a few suitcases and a dream of freedom and opportunity, which is what we strive for here at the Bush Institute. So we fast forward to today. Vladimir Putin is waging a brutal war in Ukraine in an attempt to rebuild the Soviet Empire. China, under Xi Jinping, has emerged as our nation's long-term national security, economic, and technological threat. Taiwan, a free island of 23 million people, now fears it could suffer the same fate as Ukraine, unless the free world led by the United States prevents that outcome. So with this distinguished panel today, featuring Ambassador Mike Green, Nicole Bibbins-Sadaka, and Dr. Will Inboden, we will try to explore where do freedom and human rights fit into this brave new world of the so-called great power competition. So in essence, the question is, does the call of freedom still matter as a U.S. strategic imperative? So I want to kick off this panel with a historian, Dr. Will Inboden. Will, you've just written a terrific book about Ronald Reagan and the way he operationalized, so to speak, the questions of liberty in the struggle against the Soviet Empire. So maybe we'll start off there and with a question of, is the United States the only great power in history that prioritizes freedom, democracy, and human rights as strategic imperatives?
The short answer is yes. This is one of several ways that the United States is a unique and exceptional nation. One could make a case that the British Empire in the 19th century, with their leading efforts to abolish the international slave trade, put some values in the service of their power. But in terms of a great power that puts values, human rights, democracy, freedom, liberty at the center of our power and of our purpose in the world, the United States really is unique. And it came to the fore with the peaceful end of the Cold War, where President Reagan had adopted a new strategy of putting human rights and democracy at the center of American policy overall. He saw the Soviet Union's oppression of its people, oppression of the peoples of Central and Eastern Europe. He saw that as a vulnerability, and he saw those people as natural allies for the United States. And he sought to support them in their their quest for a better life and to help turn them against their own governments. They already disinclined their governments, but I'm glad that you had started off with the Jackson-Vanik Amendment, because he was a big proponent of that and used that as a tool there. And so using that sort of soft power, that sort of moral capital that the United States had in supporting those dissidents played a key role in the eventual crumbling of the Soviet Union and a peaceful victory in the Cold War. So the United States is certainly unique in that respect, and it's something I hope that we have not too much forgotten today.
Well, I hope so as well. But unfortunately, and I'll come to Nicole now, who, in addition to being our distinguished senior fellow here at the Bush Institute, is also the executive vice president of Freedom House. So you know where she stands on freedom, right? You're pro-freedom, Nicole.
I am.
Great. But unfortunately, in our latest report, 18 years in a row of decline of freedom. So we've unfortunately had a really bad streak about freedom on the global stage. And so maybe you can tell us why that is. Why are we seeing this?
Excellent. Well, first, let me just say thank you it's wonderful to be part of the panel, because I always feel when I come home to Dallas that it's great to be in a place where people can speak with such clarity and conviction about freedom, about why the world being free is important to each of us as individuals. We have indeed seen 18 years of democratic decline in the world, and what that means is that we're seeing more countries and territories where people are experiencing fewer political freedoms, fewer civil liberties, than we are seeing countries where that's getting better. That's a really bad statistic, and what I'd like to do is sort of put it in the context of what our panel is about today. What that means for human rights is fewer people every single day are experiencing what we have the privilege to experience. The ability to worship freely, the ability to speak our minds, to criticize our politicians, to be able to go to the ballot box freely and vote. Those are privileges and rights that are being experiencing less by fewer and fewer people every single day. But it's not just about those rights for individuals. That is an important part. That's what gets us up every day. But it is about what is the world and the neighborhood that we want to live in. What is that global order that we want to live in? The more countries that are turning autocratic, that are willing to close the space for their own citizens, the less safe we are. Those are not countries that we are as eager to trade with, to go into military or security agreements with. Those are the countries also that are less likely to be stable neighbors, to be neighbors that will bring peace to their regions. And what we're seeing is those crises and those difficult spots around the world where we see refugees being produced, where we see people denied their rights, and where we see security problems, are those countries where you have leaders that are unwilling to stand for freedom, to build strong democracies. And so the correlation between human rights and the world that we want to live in, that's secure and prosperous and democratic, are just deeply, deeply intertwined.
Well, thank you for that. Mark, over to you. In your sort of distinguished career, but you've just come back from Ukraine. So maybe talk about sort of the fight for freedom and this new global order that you've sort of seen there, and maybe given your sort of experience running AID, the development, the post-war development challenges that Ukraine faces and reconstruction challenges.
Sure, thanks, and great to be with all of you. And it is important when we talk about the world we want to see. I'll just give you this statistic. Later this year, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees is likely to announce that there are 130 million displaced people in the world today, which is almost double the number from not even a decade ago. What are they fleeing? They're fleeing protracted conflict, man-made, regime-driven authoritarian crackdown. That's why people flee. They flee to freedom. And so it's also in our self-interest to address the drivers of these conflicts. I was in Ukraine. So I was in Ukraine in 2014. I was an election observer with Madeleine Albright, first post-Maidan elections. And I saw their Ukrainian people under constant threat from Moscow. In fact, the night before the voting, a lot of the election commissioners received anonymous text messages saying, "We know where you live." And yet they stood in line for hours to vote. That same courage is alive today. I look at the resilience of the Ukrainian people. It's extraordinary. It's quite a remarkable thing. Kyiv was the last stop. We went 1,300 miles around the country to formerly Russian-occupied territory. As we were getting towards Kyiv, there was a missile strike on an apartment building, and I said to the delegation, we need to go and see the damage. Within hours, they're rebuilding. Within hours, they are trying to restore some semblance of normalcy. In the threatened areas, children are going to school in subway stations because Zelensky is committed to making sure that they have a normal life as much as possible with education opportunities. So I'm impressed with what I see. What I fear is that we cannot, as the leaders of the free world, we cannot be sending mixed messages about who we're with and how much it matters. We're all hoping that this supplemental bill will pass sometime over the weekend, hopefully, but it's not even the dollar figures. I think it's extraordinarily important for the U.S. to send an unambiguous message. We're with you. We're standing with you. We actually believe in democracy. We believe in sovereignty. We think it actually matters. And that's what's important here. I mean, just to tackle something, I'm the development guy, right? Freedom is good development. Sending out a message to Africa, saying to young Africans, look, we want you to go from being aid recipients to partners to fellow donors. Aspirational leadership is essential and not a moment too soon. I think it's extraordinarily important that we continue to project that. It's good for those we're trying to benefit, but it's good for us. More allies, more partners, and a better world, as you've said.
Well, thank you for that. Since you've mentioned Africa, let me turn to that and use a practical example of U.S. leadership, which is the PEPFAR program, the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Relief, a truly innovative program started 20 years ago by President Bush that saved 25 million lives on the African continent, but not just. It operates in Ukraine to this day, even during wartime, and we were privileged to have last year, during our 20th anniversary of PEPFAR event, some advocates from Ukraine who helped ferry these retroviral drugs even during war zones. And it was U.S. leadership that got us this outcome. We were pleased, as David Kramer, our executive director, calls it a qualified victory, to have a one-year reauthorization of the program. But picking up on the example of PEPFAR, what are some tools at our disposal right now like that we can use in this great power competition, and especially on the African continent?
Well, first off, as a general matter, in an era of great power competition, showing people what we stand for is crucial. That's the competition. You know, I used to talk about the journey to self-reliance. We want countries to be self-reliant, to be able to lead themselves. With a Chinese investment in Africa, if a country becomes more self-reliant, someone in Beijing is going to lose their job or end up in prison, right? That's the opposite of what they want. And so I think laying out this competing visions, that's how we succeed. And that's what young people around the world want. Particular programs, Millennium Challenge Corporation, which is celebrating an anniversary, and President Bush was obviously the man who led us to create that. That's an extraordinarily important tool, not only because of the assistance it provides, but what it incentivizes and what it stands for. Very, very important. But also PEPFAR, not just the compassion, but PEPFAR requires countries to do difficult things, to undertake reforms. And that was crucial. That was the embodiment of the Bush vision for the world. That's why failing to reauthorize it, I think, is a very dangerous thing. Because if I'm an African leader being asked to do difficult things, and I have some doubt as to whether or not the U.S. is going to be there a few years from now, why would I do those things? So all of these tools, I don't think you can separate from the message of democracy and freedom, because it is what we stand for. It's what our partner countries want to see. It's also good for development. It's good for business.
Can I just pick up on one point on that? I agree with absolutely everything that Mark said, and would just add that when the United States is not in those spaces, using those tools, integrating democracy into our development tools, into our conversations on security, it's not as if there's then just emptiness.
Right.
There are active foes that are moving into that space, that are already in that space. And Mark mentioned China is in many places where either we've seen a lack of United States engagement or we've seen US engagement, but China just comes in a bigger way. They are cutting deals which are undercutting the democratic development in a lot of countries, in Africa, in Latin America, and other regions. They are cutting really bad deals which are pinning these countries to a debt trap in many, many places. And part of that debt trap is also tying the infrastructure of these countries, their ports, their railroads, their airports to Chinese investment, and quite often then leaving these countries worse off than they were before. And the signal that many of these countries are getting, quite often when they don't have leaders that are representing the people's interests, is, well, China was there for us. And I think we have a choice right now as the United States to say, what is the partnership we want to have with these countries? What voices do we want speaking into these nations and the partnerships we want developed with these nations? Because that's where many of these nations are choosing to turn, and they have a choice. And if the United States is not there, it will be other countries.
If I can just add a two-finger to that. So I often tell people, again, aspirational models. I've had the good fortune of traveling to every part of Africa. I've visited many countries. In all of my travel, I have never met an African who said, you know, I really want to be Chinese. Doesn't happen, right? Why? Because it's the values, it's not the territory of the U.S., it's the values that we represent and the principles. And if we're not modeling them, and we're not projecting them, it's bad strategic leadership. It's bad national security policy as well.
Okay, Igor, can I chime in too? Please. Sorry, you're trying to moderate us. And
moderate yourselves. Moderate among yourselves.
No, just a foot stomp on a couple great things here. First, in addition to looking at China's malevolence with this debt trap diplomacy and other things like that, China and Russia are very committed to exporting authoritarianism, right? Look how Russia has bolstered Lukashenko in Belarus, how it's bolstered Assad in Syria, how China is exporting surveillance equipment to other dictatorships to be able to monitor and control their people. And so if you look across the globe, you know, our authoritarian great power rivals, China and Russia especially, are generally on the side of dictatorship and oppression. The United States has historically been on the side of freedom, right? And this is where, you know, before I started this second career I've been as a scholar, I had the privilege of serving in the Bush administration as a policymaker, where Nicole and I became friends, where David Kramer and I became friends. And working at the State Department and the NSC in the Bush administration, had the chance to travel the world, right, and was doing a lot of work on human rights and religious freedom and democracy. And what I was struck over and over when I went to China and met with house church pastors there, when I went to Vietnam and met with dissidents there, when I went to Eritrea, when I went to Saudi Arabia, and you're meeting with dissidents in these countries, we'd hear about their situation, we'd ask what the United States can do to support them, we'd let them know that President Bush is on their side of freedom. And then I would often ask them, you know, any other countries that are supporting you? And I'll say, no, it's only the United States, right? It's only the United States that is on the side of, now sometimes our allies will come along with us in this, but when Hong Kong protesters are taking the streets in 2019, they're asking against Beijing's oppression, they're asking for support from the United States. When Iranian protesters are on the streets, they're asking for support from the United States. So even as we in America are starting to doubt our own commitment to freedom and do we have anything to offer to the world, freedom-loving and freedom-minded people in the rest of the world are looking to us for leadership. They see us as their champion. Yeah. And woe to us if we disregard or betray that.
Well, absolutely. The demand for U.S. leadership is sky high. It's the supply, I think, you know, that we want to increase of just to make it all work on those economic scales. Let me ask a question about adapting our approaches to freedom, democracy, and human rights to environments like Russia and China, where those concepts have different meanings. And I'll use something that you had in your book, which is the May 1988 speech that President Reagan conducted with the students of the MGO, the Moscow State University, which is a fascinating exchange, and I encourage everyone to read it fully. And what President Reagan did was use a lot of concepts from Russia's own history to drive home the values and to say, we share the same values. He cited Dostoevsky, he cited Chekhov, he cited Turgenev, quite a number of Russian authors and others and Russian idioms to make it relatable. And I think in the Q&A they try to throw him off with some planted questions, but I think he managed to come out on top of that, and then it seeded, I think, a very important element. How do we do that? How do we relate? How do we seed those plans in societies that seem impenetrable, where the state has taken over, oftentimes in brutal ways, and our message sometimes can be off-key, especially with the economic sort of incentives and other things. How do we do that effectively?
I'll take a quick stab, and I'm sure the others will have some thoughts as well. But yeah, this was part of President Reagan's, I think, genius. Was this wasn't an effort to export some sort of, to caricature one-size-fits-all template of American-style democracy elsewhere. Rather, it was to support people's aspirations for freedom in their own land, in their own culture, in their own history, and relating, connecting those resources in their traditions. Because every culture and society does have some of these resources. Russia certainly did, and Reagan tapped into that. President Bush did as well, especially in the broader Middle East. I was just recently went back and reread his November 2003 speech to the National Endowment for Democracy, calling for a new American strategy of supporting voices for freedom in the Middle East, reminding us that stability at the price of liberty ultimately gives us neither. But whether in the Reagan administration or the Bush administration, the United States was adept at using our innovation, our technology, our creativity to find new tools and new ways to break through, the Great Firewall in China, if you will, or the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. The Reagan days, the CIA had a massive covert action program. It's been declassified now, so I can talk about it publicly, obviously, of flooding the Iron Curtain in Russia with cassette tapes. This is before CDs or MP3s, right? Cassette tapes of sermons, of speeches about freedom, of Solzhenitsyn novels, Dr. Zhivago, Pasternak as well, and yeah, we had to be creative about it, but there are ways to get through and reach the people directly. China has the CCP has obviously gotten ahead of the curve on that now, but we can catch up. And the country that sent a man to the moon, the country that is the birthplace of Silicon Valley, right? We can, if we put more of our know-how behind that, we can connect with the people and support them in their own aspirations for freedom.
Thank you.
I would just add, echoing everything that Will said, it's not a lack of capacity, it's a lack of will, right? We have all of the smart people here who can figure this out. I think one of the main things is doing what the Bush Institute just did earlier, which is elevating the voices of people from those countries. They are the best people to articulate why freedom matters, because they have lived without it and they are experiencing it here. I think I have never, in my travels also in various positions, never gone to a country where people are like, I love getting my house broken into in the middle of the night and having my family rounded up and thrown in prison. I love the fact that I can't worship the way I want to. I love that I have to really whisper in my house because I know I'm being surveilled. Never. Which means that many of those issues, many of those freedoms are so universal and they're so inherent to every human being. It's not, when people talk about the United States imposing or the United States bringing one-size-fits-all model, that's actually not what we're talking about. We're talking about giving people the space to experience the freedoms. Those are universal. The model of democracy, we've got many of them, some of them better than others, but we've got lots of models. So it's about allowing a local contextualization of what are universal freedoms. And I think if we continue to talk about that, we elevate the voices of people in those countries who are demanding it at the great cost of their lives and their livelihoods, elevate their voices to show that this really is a universal struggle.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think when we approach this work overseas, a couple of things to keep in mind. Number one is a sense of humility. Yeah. So when I was ambassador in Tanzania in the Bush administration, I used to say, look, I'm not saying we've got all the answers. I'm saying maybe we've made all the mistakes along the way. You actually get to learn from our experience as our friends. And when I said that, you could almost see everyone saying, okay, this is great. You've got humility. You're on the same journey that we are. And I think that's really important. And then secondly, be aspirational. Too many of our leaders talk like technocrats, and they get caught up in the give and take. Talk about where it is that we all want to go, and talk about the universality of these principles and values. You don't have to get terribly specific. You simply have to inspire and then look for ways to provide the tools. We need to be a force for good. We need to be aspirational in the way we talk about the world and America's role in that world.
Well, thank you. And with the 5 minutes we have left, I'm going to pick up on that with a very easy question, which won't be easy. Given what we've experienced in our country over the last several years, January 6th, and many other, frankly, anti-democratic moments and dark forces of isolationism and otherwise, can the United States credibly go around the world, even with humility, even in some way, and say, we are the paragon of freedom and democracy, you should be like us? How do we square that, and what do we do about it here, and how do we approach that? So
I'll jump in on that super easy question,
Yeah,
which I'm sure I'll
absolutely.
solve within the next 30 seconds. I very much echo what Mark said. I often also talk about humility, but I'd like to say humble confidence, right? And humble meaning we have made a lot of mistakes. But we have confidence in the very foundational ideas of democracy, because those don't change when you mess up. Those truths and those universal principles upon which our country was founded as we were messing up, but also we're building a great nation, those truths still hold, right? They are still self-evident. And it is a way of saying what you're seeing in the United States is a working out of those principles. And it is about, we have a choice. We have a choice at ballot boxes. We have a choice every day how we show up in public and online, how we engage as civic members of our community, how we elect our local and national leaders, how the media acts, how we have checks and balances. All of those pieces are choices that we have the opportunity to make, and that is what democracy is about. Democracy is never a guarantee that you're going to have everyone behaving well, or that you will expunge all of the illiberal actors. What it means is that you will have a system that will allow us to deal with those problems when they come up, and so we as a nation have an opportunity to model how you deal with challenges in your society.
So I'll just offer a note of hope in some ways and perspective from history, right? So, and the takeaway is this: if we wait until we are in perfect condition here at home to lead abroad, we'll never get around to it, right? So the United States led the Allies to victory over Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan in World War II. One of the greatest struggles for freedom in human history, while we were interning Japanese Americans in internment camps and maintaining a segregated military and separate units for Black Americans, right? I mean, that's appalling. The hypocrisy is horrible. But the fact that we did those things wrong doesn't mean we shouldn't have led the fight in World War II. In the early Cold War, in the 50s and 60s, again, we're wanting to be the exemplar of liberty and rally the free world to confront the menace of Soviet totalitarianism. Well, we had Jim Crow at home in the United States. And the Soviets made great hay of that. Their propaganda went to town on our hypocrisy there. And eventually we did correct that, and we were right to do so, but it doesn't mean that we should unilaterally surrender in the Cold War until we can get there. But the other point is this: sometimes those external threats and challenges can bring out our best and help expose to us, hey, just as we do need to help lead the free world and lead the forces of liberty against oppression abroad, this can rally our country to a greater sense of purpose. It can help us maybe overcome some of those divisions and shine a little bit of a spotlight on things that we still need to get right. So great countries can do both things at once, and we need to.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think, yes, that's worth applauding.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you.
I think what we should be modeling is not perfection. It is instead openness about our system of debate and discussion. I don't need consensus, I need constructive disagreement. That's what we're not doing well. We should embrace our disagreements, take them on constructively. That's the message that we want the rest of the world to see. Not unity, not lockstep, but instead that in the marketplace of ideas, you can disagree. It's okay. It's how you get to the right answer, and it's how you reshape yourself. We have made mistakes. We should never engage in self-flagellation. We should fix them. Take them on and show the world this is what a democracy can do that no authoritarian system can do.
Well, thank you. That's a terrific, hopeful note to end our panel on, unfortunately, because I think we could stay here for hours discussing these very important issues. But please join me in thanking our distinguished panelists here today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Director of the George W. Bush Institute, David Kramer.
Listening to these two panels this morning, I'm reminded of a phrase attributed to Edmund Burke. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men and women to do nothing. Hopefully all of you will come away from today's session with a call to action to do something, to make an improvement in other people's lives. As Executive Director of the George W. Bush Institute, I have the privilege and honor of recognizing our 2024 Institute Citation recipient. This citation was created to acknowledge an organization that has an impact on the community and inspires others to take action to solve today's most pressing challenges. The recipient must demonstrate a sustained commitment to their cause and be a model by which others are measured. Creamos is most deserving of this citation. Creamos is doing something. Creamos was built by women who grow up in a community with limited resources and fewer opportunities for dignified work, forcing many to engage in high-risk work in the Guatemala City garbage dump. In 2008, these women decided this wasn't the reality their children would inherit. They have since built an initiative that seeks to address pervasive gender inequities and economic insecurity, low education levels, high rates of gender-based violence, and structural exclusion from the formal employment sector. We would like to showcase these women's commitment to building a healthier future for Guatemala through this video.
Mi mundo imaginario sería que todos los niños tuvieran las mismas oportunidades, las mamás estudiaran, sería que nosotras como mujeres nos sintiéramos seguras, un mundo sin violencia, un mundo sin maltrato contra la niñez y contra las personas. Este es el mundo que estamos creando y creamos.
Yo antes trabajaba en el basurero y era un lugar muy peligroso. Entonces vi la oportunidad que era mejor para mí, que iba a salir de ese lugar y iba a estar en un lugar mejor, más limpio, más aseado. ¿Quién iba a pensar que eso iba a funcionar y iba a ejercer ingresos para nuestra familia y poder salir nosotros adelante?
Our founding income-generating program was established to provide women with a safe and fair job outside of the garbage dump or other high-risk work that they were forced to engage in. As women began to come through our doors, we started to realize how many of them were experiencing acute violence or living with the effects of unresolved traumas. To address these challenges, Creamos implemented an emotional support program that includes individual, group, and family therapy facilitated by licensed mental health professionals.
And we are delighted that here with us this morning is Hannah Sklar, the Executive Director of Creamos, to accept our Bush Institute Citation Award on behalf of her organization.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start off by just congratulating the Institute on such incredible panels. I specifically want to thank Alice, Joseph, Pashtana, and Soyana for sharing and trusting us with their stories. I am truly humbled to receive this award on behalf of Creamos and the ongoing partnership that we have with the Bush Institute as we work towards our shared goal of creating safer communities and more prosperous livelihoods for some of the most marginalized communities in Central America. Since we first crossed paths at the Central American Prosperity Project in 2022, I have really been energized by the increased emphasis on gender-based violence as an undeniable force of migration from the Northern Triangle. Since Creamos' inception in 2008, the eradication of gender-based violence has been core to our work. Though often minimized in global narratives, it is one of the most pervasive challenges facing women and represents an indisputable push factor in Central American migration trends. We appreciate your allyship in this vital endeavor. Creamos is a nonprofit organization that offers support at the intersection of gender-based violence and economic security for 600 women and their families residing in the informal settlements surrounding Guatemala City's municipal garbage dump. The garbage dump is the largest in Central America, spanning 60 acres and providing a dangerous but consistent form of work for the neighborhood's nearly 100,000 residents. Beyond these numbers, though, relevant insight into the nature of this unique community can be gleaned through honest examination of its past. Creamos' target community, located in the heart of the country's capital, is largely comprised of indigenous families and their descendants who were displaced from their homes in the rural highlands as a result of the country's 36-year internal armed conflict. Throughout this era, an estimated 200,000 people were murdered or disappeared, while sexual assault was widely implemented as a weapon of war against tens of thousands of indigenous women. Having lost their land, loved ones, and connection to traditional ways of life, many survivors migrated to urban areas in search and pursuit of economic opportunity. For many, the Guatemala City garbage dump became a source of income for these displaced people, regardless of race, education, native language, or many other factors that prevent people from working. Thousands of families mobilized within these settlements to build infrastructure and recreate community. Yet despite decades of rebuilding, many are still forced to leave behind their homes due to ubiquitous violence fueled by systemic discrimination and economic exclusion. Creamos exists to support those who stay behind. We focus our work on immense structural injustices that fuel low education levels, a lack of access to formal employment, and staggeringly high rates of violence against women and girls. Our approach weaves together programs and services designed to support survivors by increasing opportunities for self-determination and challenging systematic discrimination within the formal employment sector. The holistic approach reflects Creamos' belief that gender-based violence is not limited to physical and sexual abuse, but expands to include economic and psychological oppressions exerted upon familial, societal, and political systems. Though most socially recognized forms of violence perpetrated against women take the forms of more overt acts, much stems from more subtle gender-based violence, gender-based stigmas, biases, and stereotypes. This is reflected in Creamos' participant base, as 98% have reported experiencing violence throughout their lifetime. Of those, only 10% have taken legal action. Anecdotal evidence has demonstrated that most women feel ashamed, consider their experience insignificant, distrust law enforcement, or fear retaliation, all of which prevent them from reporting gender-based crimes. In response, Creamos' mental health program melds evidence-based practices with local wisdom to provide therapeutic and psychoeducational interventions aimed at disrupting cycles of violence. Inherent to our methodology is the understanding that significant progress towards the eradication of gender-based violence can only be achieved by bringing not just women, but all genders to the table. Though innovative within the field, we believe that this strategy will be highly effective in the dismantling of hegemonic masculinity when filtered through a gender transformative lens. Within a context characterized by scarce mental health access, we fill a fundamental gap as the only organization that specializes in violence prevention and intervention. Our motivation lies in the undoing of decades of rigid patriarchal structures that underpin social norms and power dynamics. Our work will be accomplished when our services are no longer needed. When I reflect on my own life's trajectory, I'm reminded that much of its richness is derived from the pleasure of knowing and loving people in more than one place. I've been graciously welcomed into Guatemala, which has become my home. I've experienced the immense privilege of choice, not only where I live, but in other realms that have allowed me to build a meaningful life. These decisions have been made free of coercion, violence, or any threat to my life or those of my loved ones. It is my greatest hope that all people can enjoy such freedom. I'm proud to be part of an organization that believes that everyone deserves the right to create their own futures, and we're honored to walk alongside the Bush Institute in this pursuit. Thank you so much.
So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break. We will be back at 11 a.m. And for those watching on live stream, 11 a.m. Dallas time. So we will start right then. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the General Manager of Defense Security Solutions at Microsoft, Vishal Amin.
Good morning. Let me start by saying I am actually mistakenly here. In 1998, and let me explain. In 1998, I walked down to a recruiting office in San Diego, California, thinking to take my name off of a calling list because I thought I was going to be a lawyer or a doctor, which my grades did not reflect by any means. And at 17, I walked home with an agreement to join and enlist in the United States Marine Corps. I came home, I came home and my mother cried and I said, you know, it's okay. I'm 17, I need your consent. And as a first-generation American, my father, born in Uganda, exiled family, and eventually migrated here to the United States, said in this family, when you make a commitment to something, you do it. He walked me down to the office the next morning and I enlisted in the Marine Corps regretfully, and I had no clue what I was doing. Years later, I had served with our reconnaissance teams. I went to university. I flew in the fighter community and got to do what every individual would want to do. I was a fighter pilot. I met the woman of my dreams and had our first 2 children while I was deployed, went back into the special operations community, got to be part of some amazing opportunities and operations to go really defend democracy around the world. It wasn't until March 21st of 2015 that I realized what identity really meant to me. It was that day where I was here within the confines of the United States, where we all live freely and we all live with the privileges that many of us take for granted, that I turned on Fox News and CNN and I saw my picture, my name, my address on the Islamic State's top 100 people to be killed list. I was escorted home that day by the Joint Terrorism Task Force. My home was cleared like a narcotics lab. the newborn son we had was laying there, and my wife said, "Our life is over. And by the way, what were you doing over there?" At 19 years, financially, because our home now was targeted by ISIS, we're publicly outed. We couldn't sell our home. We couldn't live the same way we did. We had terrorist intercepts to our home here in the United States. That I left the Marine Corps and I dedicated my life's work to protecting the identity and understanding why data transcends borders, no matter where you are. We're here talking about freedom and liberty and democracy. And in a world where we have so many conflicts, yet so much love, data can transcend all of that and put our lives at risk. I woke up every morning turning on my car a mile down the road before I put my kids in it. I wasn't used to having protection following me to and from my kids' school. This changed the way I lived my life, and it's why I put so much time and effort into helping all of us understand the importance of data. As I wrap my story, I'd like to share that some of the work that I'm able to do, powered by the Bush Institute, is take signals that we have at companies like Microsoft and many others, and give that data to organizations that are making an impact in the world, that are protecting against religious prosecution. Whether they're our customers, whether they're anyone else's customers, because data can really save a human life. It can really change the way we look at democracy and the way we land it. So my call to you and my call to action to everyone here today is, like Ken said earlier, if not us, then who? If we don't act and we don't do something different, then no one else will. When you are in a position to make a decision and invest in anything, invest in something different. When you are in a position to make a decision on what the best choice to make is, just do the next right thing. And empower those that traditionally may have not had that opportunity. I'm just a washed-up Marine in tech. But I'll challenge all of you, be bold and be different. I'd like to introduce the next panel. Chris Walsh will be moderating, and they'll be speaking about religious freedoms. And Chris, I'd like to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Really well done.
Thank you.
Good morning again. It's been a great day already. It's always difficult to be the panel before lunch. It's a great challenge, but the solution to that is to have a dynamic topic. We're going to talk about the things of ultimate concern, about purpose, about meaning, about living the good life. And it doesn't hurt to have a grand slam panelist. That's a good thing. So it's my honor to introduce first to my left, Rushan Abbas, who is the founder and executive director of the Campaign for Uyghurs, David French, the opinion columnist for the New York Times, and Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO and national director for the ADL. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. Let's start off with, I think in our minds, religious freedom is something that feels instinctively right and good. But in practice, it's something that's hard, it's complex. So let's set a baseline for our audience and for all of us as we have this discussion. I pose this question to all of you in just a couple sentences, if that's possible. I'll start with you, Rushan. What is religious freedom, and why does it matter?
To me, it is practicing what you believe, what's dear to your heart, without repression and retaliation from the government, as well as being able to live and manifest what's in your heart with your conscience without any kind of interference from the government. The individual freedom to choose for what we believe, how we believe, and why we believe. And for the Uyghur people, that's taken away. The religion, to me, is what makes a human being.
Thank you, Sean. David, please.
I've defined religious liberty over the years as the ability to think, to speak, and very critically, to act in accordance with your deepest beliefs, so long as those actions do not interfere with the rights of others. And that by doing that, you preserve a pluralistic society and you preserve the rights of human conscience.
Thank you, David. And Jonathan, please.
I think religious freedom is the right to believe what you want, to pray how you want, and to do it where you want. And I think the flip side of religious freedom is the government not imparting upon us, some rigidity or some official religion of the things that we see in so many countries around the world.
Thank you. And I think this is a topic in particular. We say here at the Bush Center and the Bush Institute, what happens abroad affects us here at home. And perhaps nothing more than religious freedom is a thing that we feel more than other things when it comes to what happens around the world affecting us here at home. So let's start with a few ideas, maybe look at the American experience a little bit, and then we'll look at the international experience. So David, let me ask you this. You did mention pluralism. A few years ago, you were actually interviewing with the Bush Institute. You were talking about a blog that you had read, and you paraphrased it. You said, classical liberalism and pluralism are the greatest Civil War avoidance mechanisms ever created by the mind of man. Thinking about this in the context of something as complex, as contradictory, as conflicting as religion, is this still true? And if so, why? How?
Oh, it's absolutely true. Let me be as blunt as possible. It's pluralism or war when it comes to religious differences. The history has taught us this over millennia, that when you're dealing with a conflict between peoples who have very deep, profound beliefs with eternal implications, that any attempt to dominate of one religious people group to dominate and suppress another religious people group leads to war. It leads to some of the most vicious conflicts we've seen in world history. And so I often, when I'm talking to audiences who are increasingly skeptical of pluralism now, who often want to dominate their opponents, I say, guys, even putting aside the violation of the golden rule there, that I believe in fighting for the rights of others that I would like to exercise myself as a matter of moral principle. But even putting aside the moral principle, if you think in a continent-sized, multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy that you can fight and win and impose your religious moral view on the rest of this country, that is fantasy thinking. It has been tried. Here is what works. What works is actually the religious pluralism that you take for granted. And I'll often speak about, I live outside of Nashville, the miracle of Franklin Road. That's a north-south road in Franklin, north of Franklin, Tennessee. And I heard a murmur of appreciation. Some people have been on that road. And you remember it. It is megachurch after megachurch after megachurch. And there's not far from it a synagogue, not far from it a mosque. And I drive on that, and I think that's a miracle. Just a few hundred years ago, you would have those same churches, and the church bulletin would be very different. It would say, prayer meeting at 10, worship service at 11, casseroles at 12, Catholic burning at 1. And now the main conflict is over, position in the buffet line after church. And this is a miracle. And we did it without asking Catholics not to be Catholic, without asking Baptists not to be Baptist, without asking our Jewish and Muslim friends and neighbors not to be Jewish or Muslim. We said, be people of deep conviction, and also allow other people to be people of deep conviction. I love the formulation of pluralism that from President of Biola College in Los Angeles. He talks about pluralism as requiring a firm center, that's your deep conviction, and a soft edge. which is how you interact with your fellow citizens. And I love that picture of pluralism.
Me too, me too. Jonathan, let me turn to you. Thinking back to the founding of the United States, thinking back to our founding president, George Washington, I love the idea of him writing to different faith congregations, expressing that religious liberty is not just a right, but a duty of good citizenship. And I contrast that with today, where at least it feels that there's a brazenness on campuses, in politics, expressed by leaders, about expressing hatred or bigotry or even committing acts of violence against people of different faiths, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. Even Christians feel that the secular world is attacking their beliefs. So I'm wondering, how real do you think this perception is, especially compared to recent history?
First of all, I just have to say how much I appreciated David's response to the prior question. You know, I think we take for granted just how special, just how powerful the American ideal is that allows for this. It's unique in human history, and it's deeply, deeply impressive. So I'm glad you kind of raised it. And you go back to this American ideal, as you're sort of alluding to, this country was founded by religious dissidents, people who were fleeing persecution. And it's really not lost on me as an American Jew that President Washington wrote that letter to the synagogue in Rhode Island, which in many ways was presaged this American commitment to pluralism. That has been such a powerful thread throughout 200, almost 250, 70, whatever the number is, years of American history. So flash forward to today. I think, you know, the new religion in some ways, oftentimes on campuses, seems to be not liberalism, but illiberalism. And it seems to me like we are in a certain sort of configuration that's the opposite of what the president of Biola described. Instead of the deep center with soft edges, like a shallow center with hard edges, where people seem to revel in not, you know, contrasting or, you know, constructively disagreeing with people, but tearing them apart. You see it on college campuses, where there is this, again, this sort of orthodoxy, this that claims to be, I don't know, it claims to be open-minded, but it's most noteworthy for its closed-mindedness. And not for its, I mean, we're here in the Bush Center, not for its compassion, but for its lack of compassion. Jewish kids see it, and many of you probably watched the hearing yesterday where the Columbia president was testifying about anti-Semitism. She had the benefit of being the second hearing after her one-time colleagues who now have their resumes out from Harvard and Penn, let alone MIT, testified. And I've heard these stories. I spent last Thursday at Harvard Law School. Are you a Harvard Law School?
Yes.
At Harvard Law School, the stories that I heard were just mind-bending about Jewish kids being isolated and marginalized and ridiculed because they're Jews. Not because of their views on Bibi Netanyahu, not because of their views on a two-state solution, because they're Jews. So I think we're in a particularly tricky moment, and yeah, earlier this week, ADO released our annual report of anti-Semitic incidents in the United States. 2023 was, after reaching record highs in 3 of the prior 4 years, we blew it away last year. 140% increase over the prior year. Thousands of acts of vandalism, thousands and thousands of acts of harassment, nearly 9,000 incidents. Again, almost 150% greater than the prior year, the previous record. So something's definitely going on, and I think all of us, you know, and I'll make one last point. Anti-Semitism is not a Jewish problem. I mean, of course it is. Hating people because they're Jewish, hating someone because they're Zionist, hating someone because of how they pray, of course that affects the victim. But anti-Semitism is symptomatic of a kind of illiberalism, of a sickness in a society. And so what I worry about, and I think all Americans need to worry about, is a society that accepts anti-Semitism and the scapegoating and the slander that goes with it it's a sign of an unraveling.
And it's amazing to think about that these are challenges in a free and democratic society. It goes back to what I was saying before, that this idea of religious freedom in practice is hard. So if I may, Rushan, I'm going to turn to you, and I want to try and bridge this American experience with the global experience of freedom. You know, let's talk a little bit about a country where there is no commitment, like there is in the United States, to the idea of religious freedom, to the idea of religious pluralism. Notably, the Chinese government has persecuted Muslim Uyghurs, which I know you know very well, Tibetan Buddhists, Christians, and a host of others. Could you explain why does the Chinese Communist Party feel threatened by these religious groups? What is driving it?
Thank you for that. And let me take a couple minutes of time to give a little bit of background and to speak about my personal experience. I came to the United States when I was 21 years old, graduated university, without speaking English, without anybody, young girl, just left my parents, my family, siblings, my friends, my home, my country. I came here because something that we did not have back home, the freedom and the democracy. And ever since I came here, I tried to advocate for Uyghur people, and fast forward to last 7-8 years. After everything the Chinese government did to oppress and label Uyghurs in every few years and persecute them, but today there's a full-fledged active genocide is happening because of my ethnicity, because of the people believe the religion that they choose to believe, and because of our homeland, which is beautiful, filled with high mountains and the large desert and the high mountains and desert. We all know what's under desert. Natural resources, oil, petroleum. Starting from 2017, over 1 million people disappeared to detention centers. My husband's entire family went missing, 24 people. He's here with me. My parents-in-laws, 3 of my sister-in-laws, their husbands, brother-in-law and his wife, 14 of their nieces. Millions of women are facing forced sterilization, forced abortions. 85% of the Uyghur women on childbearing age, all forced sterilized. Uyghur population, Uyghur birth rate dropped down to 0% in the last several years. Almost 1 million Uyghur children are taken from their families, sent to state-run orphanages. State media reported that 1.1 million Han Chinese cadres moved into Uyghur homes, live inside of their homes, monitor and supervise people's daily lives, make them slaves inside of their own home. And I spoke about this atrocity on September 2018 at Hudson Institute, exercising my First Amendment right, my freedom of speech in the United States as an American citizen, talking about the genocidal policies. 6 days after that, they took my own sister as a hostage. So basically, my freedom of speech cost her freedom. She's in jail right now. She's a retired medical doctor. 5 years, 7 months, and 8 days that she is in prison. So today, I am here talking to you at the cost of my sister's freedom. Why it's so important for me to continue this fight? At the cost of her life, maybe, I don't know, if she's still alive, if I will ever see her again. Because that freedom and the democracy I once left my home is at stake here in this country. Yes, we have freedom to criticize our government, as the previous panel, Nicole mentioned. You can call United States government and they calling this country is committing crimes here and the crimes there. That is the beauty of the democracy, that you can speak without retaliation, without facing persecution. But when you look at all these major CEOs from the major companies who are profiting from this genocide, using Uyghur slaves for forced labor, all these woke companies, all these people from Hollywood celebrities, NBA superstars, famous talk show hosts, everyone is so vocal against any kind of social injustice anywhere. Rightfully, they should, right? Where are they when 13 tons of human hair, feel it, 13 tons of human hair, how many lives does that represent? Made it over to United States Customs and Border Patrol. And nobody reported that. Nobody talks about that. If you don't talk about an atrocity like what's happening to Uyghurs today, you lose privilege of speaking for anything else in this country. But what fears me is the future of this country, the future of freedom and democracy is at stake. That's being threatened. So that's why we have to fight. We have to fight because we have to fight for humanity and freedom and democracy. We have to fight to live a better world for our children and our grandchildren.
Here, here.
Thank you for sharing what you've struggled through, Sean. I want to turn to David for a moment. Obviously, what Beijing has done in the case of the Uyghurs and others is terrible, but they don't have a monopoly on religious persecution or manipulating religion. I think of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. I think of Vladimir Putin co-opting Christian Orthodoxy for his own purposes in this war. I'd like to talk a little bit about that, and if you could, what is the danger of weaponizing religion in this way?
Yeah, well, first, I just want to say, I mean, how much of a privilege has it been to hear from folks who have demonstrated such enormous courage? It's been convicting to me. I grew up a Southern evangelical. I had it pretty good. You know, growing up in Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, you take a lot of things for granted. And today has been a real moment to remind us we can take nothing for granted. So, on to Putin. Let's just be blunt. Vladimir Putin is what Christian nationalism looks like. Okay, so essentially what you have is, it is a mistake to say that Putin wants to recreate the USSR. That was an atheistic communist empire. It is more accurate to say he wants to recreate the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire, which was deeply steeped in orthodoxy, deeply steeped, and was a united. If you looked at the map of the USSR, you had the map divisions of Ukraine and all of the other Soviet socialist republics. You look at the old maps of the Russian Empire, it's one big mass. And what do you not see on those maps? You don't see the country of Ukraine. You don't see the country of Poland. You don't see the countries of Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia. This is an all-encompassing and, very important to note, religiously motivated worldview. Now, Putin may be using religion cynically, he may be, but guess what? That's what Christian nationalism has been for its whole existence, is a wide-scale use of Christianity for through cynical means. And I think Americans are not getting the religious dimensions of this conflict enough. This is something about a deep conflict within orthodoxy. It's a conflict for religious supremacy in many ways of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Russian Orthodox Church even has a parish in the FSB building. This is a religiously, the patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church has blessed this war and blessed the military effort. And the way I put it, I have this delightful class that I teach of lifelong learners in Nashville. And these are just some of the most delightful people. And they were asking me, why is it that Christian nationalism always gets violent? And I said, well, when you talk about Christian nationalism, what you're talking about is the recreation of older forms of religious authority in the state, where traditionally in Western civilization, before the wars of religion and the Enlightenment, you combine warrior, priest, and king and as the head of the state. And I said, the way that always works is, hey, if you don't like the king part of this guy, you're going to get the warrior. If you don't like the religion part of this guy, you're going to get the warrior. But the warrior is the dominant motif. And that is the case with Vladimir Putin. And I see a disturbing number, sometimes the problem is exaggerated, but I see a disturbing number of American Christians who are flirting with this idea of domination. There's even a concept in Pentecostal circles of something called seven mountain dominionism. And what it means is that Christians should rule all 7 key areas of culture: entertainment, media, education, commerce, etc. It's a form of Christian identity politics that says Christians should rule. And that is horrible for our constitutional order, and it's also horrible for Christianity. Because the fruit of the Spirit, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, self-control, does not abound when Christianity bears the sword. And that is a danger that we face, and there is an allure as America becomes more fractured and divided and divisive. A lot of Christians are reaching now for the sword, either literally sometimes, as we saw on January 6th, or figuratively in the rhetoric that they deploy against their opponents. And in this divisive time, when I believe in a religion that says, love your enemies and bless those who persecute you, Christian participation in politics should be blazing forth in a countercultural unifying vision, loving vision. Unfortunately, too much it's the opposite. And so we need to look at what's happened in Russia and say that is the end of the road. That is where Christian nationalism leads, to blood and war. You're seeing a similar theme, very uplifting from my previous remarks about pluralism or war. That is literally the choice.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. Jonathan, if we didn't recognize it previously, I think the recent conflict in the Middle East has made us realize, has made us feel how these international religious divides affect us. And I'm curious, as we see nations and their populations polarized about these issues, is there any common ground that either the nations themselves or their populations internally can find? And I wonder if religious liberty offers one such pathway.
Well, I guess I have 2 thoughts. So David was talking about the cynicism of Vladimir Putin and how he uses the Orthodox Church to kind of legitimize his autocracy. I don't know if there's a more cynical use of religion than what we see coming out of Tehran. It is remarkable to think that the Islamic Republic of Iran is building and investing and lifting up their alliance with communist China, even as it enslaves and commits a kind of cultural and human genocide against the Uyghur people. And yet, from Tehran, silence. You know, 500,000 people were killed in Syria in the Syrian civil war, a war which Iran prosecuted and murdered their co-religionists with impunity. It's the Sudan, which is now, you know, on the verge of a total famine that will affect millions and millions of people, not a word. The only country they have a problem with, the Islamic Republic of Iran, is Israel. You know, Iran has its sort of military proxies in the region, which are often talked about, but they also have, I would say, they're somewhat like political proxies here in the US who tell us we have to accept this, which we shouldn't. We shouldn't at all. They have the blood on their hands of Americans. They have the blood on their hands of Israelis. They have the blood on their hands of, I would say, Uyghurs. But there are signs of hope. Go to Jerusalem. Go to East Jerusalem. You can visit the Kotel, you know, the western wall of the ancient temple. You can walk around the corner and go visit the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. You can go up and then visit the Haram al-Sharif, the holy place. It's right there. Or you can go up to Haifa and you can go visit the Baha'i Temple. And you can see religious sites that Muslims and Christians and Jews and Baha'i and all other people are able to visit freely. Like, I agree with the formulation that David put out. It is pluralism or war, and pluralism is a much richer, more rewarding, and I think more uplifting path for all of us to walk.
And I appreciate you steering us away from the gloom and doom. There's a lot of gloom and doom.
Yeah. Look, there's, and I didn't mention it, but I will find a way to mention this and remind all of us that, like, the situation in the Middle East right now in Gaza is a tragedy. You know, every innocent life lost is a world lost. We should mourn the death of civilians. And the tragedy will end when Hamas frees the 130 hostages still held in tunnels, in cages under Gaza. They need to bring them home.
In the few minutes we have left, I do want to dig a little more into solutions, optimism, hope. Rushan, let me turn to you. When you think about the plight of the Uyghur people, other religious minorities, other religious groups that are being persecuted, what can governments, what can civil society, what can individuals like us do to support these groups, to support religious freedom, to make the world better?
Every country out there, I shouldn't say every, but majority of the countries, governments and officials and the companies are acting like they depend on the forced labor or China's money to survive. That needs to end. They need to act to hold the Chinese government accountable. Just adding to what Jonathan said about the Jewish people and Israel and the Holocaust. Back in the 40s, there's so many countries continue to do business with Nazi Germany in the name of economic advancement. Also, they know what was happening, but later they claimed that the ignorance by saying, oh, we didn't know what was happening. Well, nobody can claim the ignorance today because this is information era. Everybody knows what's happening. There's a vow, never again, and we need to uphold that. So the individuals, you don't need to be Uyghur or activist or politician or leader. You just need to be human to do something. First of all, the Uyghur organizations and the organizations and like endowment, the National Endowment for Democracy, who's supporting the Uyghur organizations and activists, needs to gain access to financial aids and support instead of cutting our budget so we can lay off our people. But we need the financial help. The Chinese government is spreading disinformation and the propaganda by the millions and billions. We need the support. We need the voices to hold the Chinese government accountable. We cannot just look at the short-term economic benefits we are receiving and like CEOs in San Francisco give standing ovation for a dictator, for Xi Jinping. We need to act with conscience. The humanity is being tested. Conscience of the world is being tested. We need to pass that test. If we don't speak out right now, it's not just what's happening. Two Uyghur people are staying within China's borders. With transnational repression, it's coming here. It's going everywhere. So if we speak today, if we act and speak out, then the only voice left to speak will be one of regret.
Thank you. There's never enough time. I wish we could, it's cliche to say, I wish we could stand here for hours. I know that you don't want to do that, but talking about this, I know our audience would love to hear more. But as I promised, a Grand Slam panel, lots of big ideas, lots of challenges, but lots of hope and optimism. Please join me in thanking our great panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder and president of Eagle Online Academy, Mozhgan Wafiq Alokozai.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable guests. It's my honor to be here today. I always describe myself as a child of war, because when I was born in 1985, Afghanistan already envisioned by Soviet Union. And by early 90s, we have experienced 3 times displacement, and actually internally displacement because of civil war. By mid-90s, when the Taliban took over Afghanistan, again, everything changed. They banned schooling for girls, employment for women, and many other restrictions for both gender, men and women. Eventually, my family has decided to leave the country and become refugee to Pakistan because my parents did not want to compromise with their daughter's education. As a 10 years old girl, I always remember how my parents struggled to find a job in Pakistan, to enroll us in a school in Pakistan, because there was very limited options for Afghan children to go to school. And so anyways, we have continued our education, and we have continued our education. And there was no hope. As it is, there was no hope for anyone for our future, and no vision for our future. After 9/11, when the President Bush and their alliance decided to abet terrorism in Afghanistan, to save millions of lives globally, it did not only affect or add a positive impact for them, it also positively impacted millions of lives in Afghanistan. In 2001, when the Taliban collapsed, in 2002, we returned back to Afghanistan. And I always remember the feeling of hope and happiness upon my return to Afghanistan. I have continued my education there, and I have dream and vision for my future to be someone. Today, a refugee girl as I stand in front of you is all because of the progress of 2001 to 2021 that happened in my country. And beside myself, there is many changes happened to thousands of girls' lives in Afghanistan during the 20 years of American presence there. So I have some numbers that I would like to share with you. From zero in 2001, we had 4 million girls enrolled in school. More than 100,000 girls went to university. Women held 10% of high-level positions, including ministers, deputy ministers, ambassadors, and women made up to 27% of parliament members. The country had over 1,300 media and journalists, female employees. After all those commitment, dedication, and progress that happened in Afghanistan, unfortunately, one more time, Taliban seized the control of the country by August 2021. And the last 2.5 years, unfortunately, they have released more than 100 decreases, which 60% targeting women, banned them from the school, employment, and many other social activities. Additionally, the Taliban have taken control of the school curriculum, prioritized Islamic subjects over science and other essential disciplines. They have established over 15,000 madrasas across the country. And they are forcing the families to send their children, both male and female, to attend those religious schools. And the main purpose of their madrasas to teach the population with extremist ideology, which can be threatened for Afghanistan for short term, and it can be threatened for the world and long-term security. The Bush Center has been supported and advocate for Afghanistan and its people for a long time. After the collapse of Afghanistan, the Bush Center took the initiative to establish the Afghan Women Education Working Group. The main purpose of the working group to support, explore the opportunities for Afghan women, and also to author a paper and amplify the support for Afghan girls and women. And as a part of the working group, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Natalie and all the team of Bush Institute that has been supporter of Afghanistan and Afghan women and girls all the time. I also want to acknowledge one of the most transformative programs in my life, the Presidential Leadership Scholar. In 2022, I had the privilege to join the initiative as a new immigrant in US. Since 2015, The program provided me with a deeper understanding of America, from politics to community structure, from education system to history. The program brought 60 leaders from diverse background under one umbrella, and gave us the opportunity to network, share knowledge, and also eventually we become family. I have received unconditional support from the program, I'm always grateful for that. So beside that, okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, so since you all here, I'm so sorry for that because I have missed the consequences of when I'm talking. Okay, since everybody is here, I believe to the freedom, women empowerment, and power of education. I have the opportunity to establish Eagle Online Academy in 2019. The Eagle Online Academy is a nonprofit based in Virginia. We are serving women and girls in developing and war-zone countries. And my starting point was Afghanistan. For the first year, we have served more than 218 women in 17 provinces of Afghanistan. By Afghanistan collapse in August 2021, Eagle Online Academy extended their services to Afghan women and girls refugee population globally. And we also, when the Taliban announced during March 2022 that they are not allowing women and girls to attend they are not allowing the girls to attend the school above grade 6, Eagle Online Academy launched the program it calls Educate to Graduate. We serve Afghan girls with the schooling program from grade 7 to 12. And fortunately, we have also extended our services to Ukrainian by July 2022. And today, we have the privilege to serve more than 2,000 women globally from both nations, Afghan and Ukrainian, in the last 5 years. As a leaders today here, I'm sure everybody trusts to freedom, women empowerment, and power of education. I would request everybody, please, we must raise our voices to prevent Afghanistan from becoming a breeding ground for terrorism once again. We must raise our voices to give Afghan women and girls their basic rights. We must stand with Ukrainian women and girls in this crisis time. And at the same time, I would request everybody, please support any educational programs that you are familiar with, because I believe nowadays the online education remains the only option for Afghan women and girls to continue their education in the ground, as well for the refugee population that they are based in neighboring countries, with limited access to education or no access to education. And it also saves our environment for our Ukrainian female to continue with their education from safer place or from the corner of their houses. I believe together we can make the world a better place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mozhgan. And I would say that we're all here at the Bush Center to raise our voices. And now it's time to break for lunch. We have lunch upstairs for all of us, where we will carry on in a very important conversation with CIA Director Bill Burns and also remarks from President Bush. It's been an absolutely outstanding morning, and thank you all for your attention and your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the George W. Bush Presidential Center, Ken Hersh.
My job is to make sure that everybody's quiet and ready for the for the lunch program. To thank our incredible team for a wonderful morning. To remind people that after the lunch, we'll have the war room set up in the cabinet room in the museum, which should not be missed on your way out. But I am just grateful for your attendance, and enjoy your lunch, and the program will start in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush.
Thank you. Sit down. First of all, I want to thank today's panelists. I thought the discussions were relevant, fascinating, intelligent, and we can't thank you enough for participating in our conference. Secondly, I hope a lesson from the conversation was that if the United States withdraws, the world gets worse. And that if we expect to be secure at home, we've got to worry about the lives of others abroad. I want to it's my honor to introduce the last conversation, or next to last conversation, or soon to be last conversation. I've known Bill Burns for quite a while because during my presidency, he was the ambassador to Russia. By the way, the guy's fluent in Russian. He was the number 3 at the State Department under Condi, which is a really big job. He is now the head of the Central Intelligence Agency. He works at the George Bush Intelligence Center, which in my case is not oxymoronic. We're really lucky to have him here today. He's knowledgeable, he is a thoughtful guy, and so please welcome to the stage CIA Director Bill Burns.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, that's all right. Mr. President, thank you very much. I'm David Kramer, the Executive Director of the George W. Bush Institute, and it's a real honor for me to be here with Bill Burns, the Director of the CIA. Bill, I want to underscore one thing. Monday morning, we were all wondering what our plan B was going to be, just given developments in the Middle East. The fact that you're here is a real tribute to your friendship and dedication to living up to your word. We're very grateful that you are here today, so thank you.
I'm delighted to be here with all of you, and thanks, Mr. President, for the kind words. They mean a lot to me, coming from someone for whom I have such respect. It's also great to see David, a superb friend and colleague in government over the years. And especially I want to thank all of you for allowing me to escape from Washington, D.C. for a few hours. So thanks for having me.
You bet. Last thing I'll say, and we'll move on, is one of the smartest and most decent people I met in my time at the State Department was Bill Burns. So thank you again for being here. Bill, let's jump right into it. The situation in Ukraine with Russia's invasion, unprovoked invasion. There's now, of course, the vote coming up, we hope, in the House of Representatives on Saturday. Give us your sense of how important it is to help Ukraine. What does it mean if we don't? Could Putin actually prevail in this?
You know, I can't think of a more important question right now. Certainly not before the U.S. Congress. There's a huge amount at stake here. not only about Ukraine and Ukrainians, as important as that is, or about European security, but it's also about Xi Jinping's China and his ambitions and our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. This is really a question of, whether or not our adversaries understand our reliability and determination, and whether our allies and partners understand that as well. So the consequences are enormous right now for what the House of Representatives is considering. First I should say I'm very proud of the role that intelligence has played now over, sorry, can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, much better.
Sorry, you missed all those golden words then for the last. No, I was just saying the short answer is there's an enormous amount at stake in terms of how the U.S. House of Representatives and the Congress more broadly, decides to act with regard to supplemental assistance for Ukraine. I was just starting to say I'm very proud of the work of U.S. intelligence and of the CIA in particular during the course of the war in Ukraine and in the run-up to it. I think we did what good intelligence services are supposed to do, which is to provide accurate early warning of the invasion that was coming. The president sent me to talk to Putin in early November of 2021, so several months before Putin launched his invasion. And I must say I found him totally unapologetic about what he was planning to do, and I came back and told the president that I was convinced that they were going to go. But I do think the credibility of that intelligence did help the president not only to support the Ukrainians, help them to defend themselves, but also to put together a very strong coalition of countries in support of President Zelensky, in support of Ukraine. The other thing that we did, the president decided to do, which is a little bit unusual, was to declassify some of our secrets to deny Putin the ability to create false narratives. And I think the wider lesson there, which I had watched him do too many times over the last 20 years, the wider lesson there, I think, as all of us look at the phenomenon of authoritarian regimes, is that sometimes you can use the truth, secrets that we collect, if you're careful about it and you don't expose your sources and methods, in a way that really puts autocratic leaders like Putin on the back foot, in the uncomfortable and unaccustomed position of not being able to cope with the truth sometimes too. We're at a tough moment. Ukrainians are at a tough moment on the battlefield right now. The Ukrainians are not running out of courage and tenacity. They're running out of ammunition, and we're running out of time to help them. I was in Ukraine last about a month ago. I've been there 10 times during the course of the war. And this was just 3 days after the Ukrainians lost, were driven out of the town of Avdiivka in Donetsk in eastern Ukraine. And I talked to one of the senior officers who was there, and he described it in pretty simple terms. He said, we fought as long and as hard as we could, but the Russians just kept coming, and we ran out of ammunition, and we lost. And, I think the reality is you look at what happened in the 2 days before the fall of Avdiivka, one entire Ukrainian brigade, so more than 2,000 personnel, had a grand total of 15 artillery rounds for the entire brigade, 15 artillery rounds per day. Another entire brigade had a grand total of 42 mortar rounds. So they were overwhelmed, and it wasn't for lack of bravery or determination on their part. And my worry is that we're going to see more Avdiivkas in the future without supplemental assistance. With supplemental assistance from the US Congress, I think the Ukrainians can hold their own on the battlefield in 2024 and continue to do damage with deeper strikes in Crimea, which the Russians are occupying right now, and against the Black Sea Fleet, where the Ukrainians have sunk 16 warships in Russia's Black Sea Fleet just over the last 6 months. So, with the boost that would come from military assistance, both practically and psychologically, I think the Ukrainians are entirely capable of holding their own through 2024 and puncturing Putin's arrogant view that time is on his side. Without supplemental assistance, the picture is a lot more dire, I think. There is a very real risk that the Ukrainians could lose on the battlefield by the end of 2024, or at least put Putin in a position where he could essentially dictate the terms of a political settlement. And as I said before, There's an enormous amount at stake here. I think in the first year or two of the war in Ukraine, of Putin's aggression in Ukraine, Xi Jinping in China was sobered a little bit by what he saw. Like Putin, he expected that the Russian military was just going to walk right over the Ukrainians. He did not expect that the United States and our European allies were going to stand up in support of the Ukrainians. He did not expect that we would be able to impose economic costs on Russia and absorb some economic costs ourselves. And so I think as he looked at Taiwan contingencies and a lot of his other ambitions, that had an impact. The surest way to undo that impact is for us to be seen to be walking away from the Ukrainians right now. So the very short answer is there's a great deal at stake.
If we don't help Ukraine, if Putin marches forward into Ukraine, does he stop there or does he have ambitions beyond that?
I don't think his ambitions would stop there, and his ability to use, what he calls hybrid warfare, a combination of sort of conventional military threats and efforts to undermine, countries either in NATO or, on his borders. Moldova, for example, today faces a really important election. We see lots of evidence of the Russian security services trying to undermine that free and fair process right now. So there's lots of ways in which, I think he could continue to be aggressive and realize those ambitions.
Possibly even the Baltic states?
Yeah, no, I think if I were, leadership in the Baltic states right now, history tells me I should be very concerned about that too. Whether that takes the form of an overt conventional attack or, other ways of trying to undermine, those countries and, NATO's integrity as well is a different question. But either way, I think, you'd see his ambitions continue.
Let's shift to the Middle East, a region that you have been spending a lot of time in, particularly lately, but you were ambassador to Jordan, assistant secretary for Near Eastern Affairs. How do you see the situation there, particularly in light of Iran's attack on Israel over the weekend?
Yeah, when I used to be a diplomat for 3.5 decades, I spent most of my overseas career split between Russia and the Middle East. So that's where all my gray hair came from. Both of those nice, simple parts of the world. As I said, I've spent most of the last 40 years working in and on the Middle East. And I have rarely seen a moment more combustible than it is today. You've got a terrible crisis in Gaza provoked by Hamas's brutal attack on Israel on the 7th of October, but now also producing a desperate humanitarian situation for innocent civilians in Gaza is right now. And then more recently, as we saw last Saturday night, we had a massive Iranian drone and missile attack on Israel. The Iranians fired off something like 330 drones and missiles combined. Turned out to be a spectacular failure for them. Thanks to integrated air defense, good intelligence, the Israelis themselves, but supported by the United States, some regional partners, some international partners as well. Of those 330 missiles, only 4 or 5 actually impacted in Israel, and none of them did any significant damage. So, it's a reminder of the quality of the Israeli military. It's a reminder of the fact that the Israelis have friends, starting with the United States, but others as well. So I know the Israeli government, as we sit here this afternoon, is considering a response to what happened last Saturday night. And, that's their choice to make that response. I think the broad hope of the president and policymakers in the administration is that we'll all find a way to de-escalate this situation, especially at a moment when, I think the Israelis have demonstrated so clearly their superiority, and the Iranian effort last Saturday night was a pretty significant failure as well. So we'll see what response might come, but I think the broader hope is that we'll be able at least to de-escalate the situation pretty quickly. I've gotten very wrapped up over the last 6 months in efforts to negotiate a ceasefire and the next release of hostages that Hamas has held since October the 7th. It may seem a little strange for a CIA director to be as engaged in that, but my counterparts in this effort are the director of Mossad, Israel's intelligence service, the head of Egypt's intelligence service, and the prime minister of of Gutter, someone I've worked with for many years and a very capable negotiator. So, the end of last year, we achieved a briefer ceasefire and the release of 100 of those hostages, women and children at that time. We're going to keep working hard at this. It's proven very difficult. It's a big rock to push up a very steep hill right now. I meet with the families of hostages, and it breaks your heart because you can see in very human terms what's at stake here as well. So I cannot guarantee that we're going to succeed in this effort. We put, along with the Qataris and Egyptians, I think a pretty far-reaching proposal on the table in Cairo a couple of weeks ago. It was a deep disappointment to get a negative reaction from Hamas through the Qataris and the Egyptians to that proposal. Right now, it's that negative reaction that really is standing in the way of, innocent civilians in Gaza getting the humanitarian relief that they so desperately need. Because part of the challenge here, it's not just the number of trucks with humanitarian goods that get to the Gaza border, it's being able to have at least a short-term or the beginnings of a longer-term ceasefire that enable you to distribute those goods to people who so desperately need it as well. And so we'll keep working hard at this. As I said, I cannot honestly say that I'm certain that we're going to succeed, but it's not going to be for lack of trying. And I do know that the alternatives are worse. They're worse for civilians in Gaza, they're worse for hostages and their families. I think they're worse for all of us.
Let me shift to the Asia Pacific. What are the greatest challenges we face from the Chinese Communist leadership there? And what are the greatest challenges the Chinese Communist leadership faces within its own borders?
Yeah, really good questions, David. I mean, I think none of us should underestimate the ambition of Xi Jinping's China right now, or the nature of competition. In the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union was mainly about ideology and military competition. With the People's Republic of China today, especially under Xi Jinping, it's a much wider kind of competition, extending into cyberspace, outer space, and space itself, technological competition, given the reality that it's the revolution in technology today that's changing the way all of us live, work, fight, and compete. And the Chinese leadership is quite determined to try to win that competition too. So that's the challenge before us. A lot of that challenge extends in East Asia. I think Xi Jinping is determined in the course of his political lifetime to control Taiwan. Doesn't mean that he's planning to invade tomorrow or next month or next year, but it means we have to take very seriously that ambition. You're right, David. I mean, I think President Xi faces a lot of domestic challenges, an economic recovery, an economic growth rate, which is not moving nearly as fast as he had hoped after COVID. A lot of challenges, inside his own country right now, too. So, China's not, even with all its ambition, even with all its expanding capabilities and a really serious military modernization program, it's not 10 feet tall. And I think that's why we should approach this competition with a certain amount of confidence. If we can get our own act together in this country, I mean, not just in terms of the economy, but in terms of our political system, overcome some of our own dysfunction sometimes, there's every reason to think we have a better hand to play than the People's Republic of China does today. And I think the other great asset that we have, we were reminded of this, over the war in Ukraine and in other instances, is, we have a network of allies and partners. And by comparison, at least, I think China and Russia are lonelier countries. Now they're working, more closely together now than any time in my memory. And that's a significant challenge for us. But if we're not complacent about our network of allies and partners, not only in the Indo-Pacific, but in Europe and in other parts of the world, that's another huge asset that should enable us to compete very effectively with the People's Republic of China over the next couple of decades.
You just mentioned, Bill, that these regimes are working closely together, perhaps more closely than we've seen in the past. And at the same time, from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the tensions between China and Taiwan, the Middle East situation, the resurgence of authoritarianism, the world kind of seems on fire right now. How would you put today's situation in the context of the 3+ decades that you were a diplomat?
Yeah, I mean, I was a young diplomat when President Bush Sr., was in the White House. The Cold War had ended, the Soviet Union had collapsed. This was a moment of unchallenged primacy for the United States. Today, now more than 3 decades later, it's fair to say we're no longer the only big kid on the geopolitical block. As I said before, I'd much rather have our hand to play than anybody else's, because I think ours is a stronger hand, not least, I think, because of its democratic foundations. And as cocky and confident as a lot of authoritarian regimes can become, they understand very well some of the challenges and insecurities that they face at home, too. So this is a moment where, our relative power in the world is not quite as dominant as it was at the end of the Cold War, but it's still quite significant. And again, if we invest in allies and partners, if we recognize the competition in emerging technologies that's really going to shape the future of our economy and our militaries, I think we're quite capable of winning those competitions as well.
I want to turn to the issue of transnational repression, which has come into the forefront more and more. Freedom House has done great work on this. Basically, it's authoritarian regimes going after their critics and opponents beyond their country's borders, arresting them or trying to kill them, intimidating their family back in their countries. How big a problem is this? And is it a reflection of brazenness and boldness on these regimes' part, or is it insecurity that they feel they have to go after these people?
Well, I think it's both, honestly. I mean, I've always seen, for example, Vladimir Putin, as I think you have over the years, David, as someone who's kind of a combustible combination of grievance and ambition and insecurity all wrapped up together. And so the phenomenon of transnational repression of governments, autocratic governments in particular, reaching out to kill or intimidate oppositionists, human rights activists outside their own borders, I think is growing, and it's increasingly serious, and it requires, a lot of cooperation, not just amongst domestic law enforcement agencies, intelligence services, but also allies and partners too. We've seen this phenomenon with the Iranian regime, which has gone after and plotted to murder some very brave activists who have spoken out against that regime and its repressiveness. We've certainly seen it from the Russians, from phenomenon that have been traced directly back to the Russian security services, assassinations overseas, to the other phenomenon you see of people falling out of high stories of buildings as well, which I don't think is entirely coincidental either. And then the Chinese, the People's Republic of China, have oftentimes been responsible for efforts to repress and intimidate their citizens, in other countries, whether it's in this country, in Europe, or other parts of Asia. In many countries, for example, trying to establish what they see as their own police stations in those countries to monitor the activities of their citizens and of the Chinese diaspora as well, aimed at intimidating them as well. So I think it's a growing challenge, and it's one as an intelligence service that we take very seriously.
And it's, I think, a reminder that how regimes treat their own people within their own borders can have spillover effects beyond their borders. And when Putin's regime abuses the human rights of Russian citizens, shouldn't be shocked that Putin invades Ukraine, or the Iranian regime cracks down, leading state sponsor of terrorism, the Chinese problems there threatening Taiwan. How important is it that we pay attention to what's happening in these countries?
Well, I think it's incredibly important because I think that's where the human rights behavior, the intimidation, the brutality, whether it's Putin's Russia or other autocratic regimes, is something we pay attention to, not only because it's the right thing to do, because of the innocent citizens who are trying to speak their minds and who are being intimidated or repressed, but also because that behavior tends to spill over as well, just as you said. It tells you a lot about a regime when people resort to those kind of methods.
Let's shift to the issue of technology. Authoritarian regimes are using it. Of course, it has opened up a world to many people for whom the world was shut out before. How much of a challenge is technology for the work that the CIA does? How much of a threat is it posed by authoritarian regimes? And what kind of benefits does it give you in the kind of work you do?
Sure. The short answer is that we as an intelligence service have to be better than our rivals and adversaries at mastering those emerging technologies. It's not a multiple choice test. This is, I think, one of the biggest challenges we face as an intelligence service. Of course, we're about human beings. It's about recruiting and training and developing the very best in our society to help keep Americans safe. This is a free advertisement and a shameless recruiting pitch, but we had the biggest number of applicants to CIA last year than any time since right after 9/11, Mr. President. So, I think while most of the work that I'm incredibly proud of that my colleagues do is quiet, almost by definition, in hard places, doing hard jobs around the world, people appreciate that enough, I think, to be attracted to it too. And so, I think we have to recruit the right human beings, but then we have to equip them with the right technologies too. For our operations officers who are trying to manage, human assets, people that we work with in other societies in an age of smart cities, and the ability of rival governments to mine data to be able to track those officers and track the people that we're working with. We have to be a lot more agile in terms of our use of technology, of artificial intelligence, of machine learning, of our capacity to work with big data and to mine it. The same is true for our analysts who are trying to produce, the best judgments that we possibly can for the president as well. The use of artificial intelligence and machine learning, which we're very sharply focused on, can enable the best human analysts to digest huge amounts of information out there, whether it's open source, unclassified, or clandestinely acquired intelligence. That can enable those human analysts to do what only they can do, which answer for the president the so what question, the second and third order consequence questions about what should policymakers really be focused on. So we're making a lot of progress in that area. We have, of all the staff that I have at CIA, about a third of our officers work full-time every day on cyber, digital, science, and technology issues. 2 of the 5 directorates that we have that help organize the agency are focused squarely on those issues. We also formed what's called a mission center, which is one of the organizational building blocks of CIA, aimed squarely on technology and building better private sector partnerships. Because for all of that in-house talent and all the talent across the US government, we can't compete effectively with the Chinese in particular unless we're building better, stronger, healthier partnerships with the private sector, given the pace of innovation in areas like quantum computing or artificial intelligence. And so that's been another big focus of ours the last few years.
You referred before to the release of classified information to let the world know about Putin's plans to invade Ukraine. I'm curious, how much of a culture shock was that within the agency when there were orders given to release classified information? It has to be handled very carefully, obviously.
Yeah, and small culture shocks are not a bad thing. I think it's important for all of us to, try to challenge conventional wisdom a little bit sometimes, but you have to be careful about it too. The surest way to dry up good intelligence is to put at risk sources and methods, the ways in which you collected that intelligence. And, Washington being a place where the theory usually is that anything worth doing is worth overdoing, you got to be careful about that. But I think the president, and it's been his call and his decision, has hit the right balance on Ukraine because, we could see that Putin before the war was trying to create what are called false flag operations. So instances in which he would point to some loss of life in the Donbass, for example, in eastern Ukraine, and blame the Ukrainians for that and use that as a justification for his aggression. We, working with the British intelligence service, were able to expose that, make it public, and that made it a lot harder for him to build and sustain those false narratives. So I think there are going to be other places, there have been other places where we've used that technique. And I should say that in this administration, it's not the first time the United States has done that. It builds on, efforts over previous administrations. But I think in the Ukraine case, it has been particularly effective, and there'll be other opportunities, I think, to do that. It is one way, as I said before, to counter what autocrats and authoritarian regimes have often seen as one of their great assets, the ability to dominate the information space, whether it's filled with lies or truths or some combination of the two. And I think we can make it harder for them to do that.
Without getting into the details, can you explain to the audience what the duty to warn means? I think some people were surprised to read that we provided some information that heads up to the Russians about an imminent terrorist attack. Just describe what that entails.
Yeah, the duty to warn obligation for U.S. intelligence services actually goes back to the 1970s. And it's built around the notion that we have a duty when civilian deaths are potentially, or are possible at least, because we can see a terrorist attack being planned, to share that information to help prevent those civilian deaths. Now, there are exceptions to the duty to warn in instances where it would put at risk some particularly sensitive intelligence we've collected, would put at risk some of our officers. But by and large, we've tried to abide by that obligation. So you're right, we the US government, did provide quite accurate intelligence to the Russian services about what we could see was an impending terrorist attack by ISIS against, a pretty big entertainment center in Moscow. And, you'd have to ask the Russian services, why they didn't pay more attention to that, why they didn't act on it. We did the same thing, strange as it may sound, in Iran, because we could see planning another ISIS attack against a big gathering of Iranian civilians as well. And so we provided that, information as well.
And just for the record, to be clear, the Russian claim that the Ukrainians and even we were behind that terrorist attack, utterly absurd and unfounded.
No, it was a nice try. No, and first, the Russians had claimed that the ISIS operatives responsible for that atrocity were trying to retreat to Ukraine. And this is a little bit of suspension of disbelief, because this is one of the most active battlefields in the world, and it's hard to imagine anybody would try to retreat through that battlefield. And then President Lukashenko of neighboring Belarus helpfully said in public, no, they were going to Belarus as well. So kind of undermining the Kremlin narrative on that one. But no, ISIS was responsible for this. We knew in advance what was coming. We provided quite precise information about what the target of this was too.
When your closest allies is somebody like Lukashenko, you may want to look in the mirror.
Yeah, he said the truth out loud.
Exactly. In our final minutes here, Bill, let me ask you, what has been the biggest surprise for you since you became CIA director, and how different is this from the world of diplomacy, even though you have been active in diplomatic efforts?
Yeah, and I had spent a lot of time working with CIA officers over the years, when I was a career diplomat as well, especially serving overseas. I'll never forget, one of my best friends at my first post in the Foreign Service, the diplomatic service, which was in Jordan. One of my best friends was a young CIA officer named Matt Gannon, who was later killed in Gaddafi's terrorist attack against Pan Am 103 in Lockerbie, over Lockerbie, Scotland, in 1988. So, I've never forgotten the connections with friends and officers in the agency who made the ultimate sacrifice over the years. But, I thought I knew a lot about the agency, and then I arrived there, I've been a part of it, I've been proud to lead it for the last 3.5 years. But, I still have a lot to learn about the tribes and the sub-tribes within that institution. But I'm incredibly proud to be doing what I'm doing. It's a job I genuinely love. Lots of people in Washington say that. I really mean it. Because I'm so proud of what our officers are doing right now, too. I learned also that my old institution, the State Department, which I also love, tends to be a little bit more passive-aggressive a place. So even when I was like the number 2 in the State Department, usually if I said something once, people would figure if I was really serious about it, I'd say it again. CIA is a much more agile place, so I had a bad habit the first few months I was there about thinking out loud. And then I would discover at the end of that working day, there were like a 14-page action plan had been drawn up. For all I knew, aircraft were taking off. So My staff reminds me not to think out loud too much now. But the other thing I'd say, one of my predecessors, actually two of them, Leon Panetta and George Tenet, gave me some really good advice, because they said that, okay, you're in the State Department, you can read in the newspapers what the Secretary of State's doing. CIA, it's really important to focus on internal communication. So on all the travels I take, and I'm about to leave on my 66th overseas trip in the 3 years I've been director. Wow. It's another of the surprises is how much time I spend on the road. But I genuinely enjoy seeing our officers in the field. But I do two things on the plane ride coming home. I write a note to the president, just with my impressions, and I try to do it in a conversational way so it's honest and straightforward and not bureaucratic. And then I write a note to our workforce too. And I try to be equally straight about what I was trying to achieve, about how proud I am of the work that I just saw in stations and bases around the world. And then the last thing I'd say is I like to wander around at headquarters, following in the footsteps actually of George H.W. Bush, who I know did the same thing. And again, a little bit unlike the State Department, people are refreshingly honest with me. They'll stop me in the hall and tell me what they think I did right or what they think I just screwed up, whether I'm standing in line at the subway in our food court or anything else. I was actually, one of my exceptional assistants reminded me about a year ago that I'd go down for coffee like once a day, and I was getting a reputation for being bougie because I was going to Starbucks instead of Dunkin' Donuts. So now I balance it out. I like Dunkin' Donuts coffee too.
Since Dunkin' Donuts started in Massachusetts, you should definitely go to Dunkin' Donuts. Last question. One I'm sure you get asked a lot, probably on a lot of people's minds here in the audience. What keeps you up at night?
Oh, I could give you all sorts of answers that are quite real. Terrorist threats. We have a huge obligation to Americans to help keep them safe. So that is obviously a worry. I worry about the conflict in the Middle East or the war in Ukraine. But honestly, what keeps me up at night more than anything else is people. It's, as I said before, it's my officers and their families who are doing, really hard jobs in really hard parts of the world, who, in a world in which you're never going to have zero risk. You can't make risk go away. In the intelligence profession especially, that's just the truth. You can mitigate it, you can anticipate it, you can try to manage it. And so, that's what keeps me up at night. One other story that literally kept me up at night. Last year, about 6 months ago, I took part in the last overnight exercise of our operations officer course down at the farm in Virginia. And this had seemed like a really good idea at the time. When I agreed to do this, ran from like 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. So like 3 o'clock in the morning in the pitch dark of the Virginia woods, I was wondering whether this was such a great idea. But it was fascinating for me to see, our newest operations officers, the very beginning of their careers, not just mastering the tools of the trade, but also learning teamwork and learning how much, whatever their backgrounds were, and there were some of those new officers had extensive experience in the U.S. military. There was another who was a mother of 4 who had no experience in the U.S. military. But the way they looked out for one another is really the essence of what good intelligence tradecraft is as I look to the future. And then the really interesting thing was, so it's like 4:30 in the morning, and this exercise culminates with a hostage rescue mission by a Delta team group that came up. And the Delta team, the major who was commanding it, had only been told that there's this simulated situation where there are some CIA officers with someone impersonating a senior CIA officer who've been captured and they're held hostage. So it was worth the price of admission to see the look on the face of that young major as he came up the stairs in this hostage rescue effort and saw a real live CIA director tied to a chair at the time. So that kept me up at night, but it was a highlight of my time.
We won't do that to you here. Bill, I'll just say that when you were ambassador in Russia and I was the DAS for Russia in the State Department, Nick Burns and I in particular would visit many times. I was always so impressed with the esteem and respect that the staff had for you, the care that you showed to the people in the embassy. I have no doubt that that applies to your team at the CIA. We're incredibly fortunate to have you where you are. We're grateful for your service over many years in your career. We're also incredibly grateful that you took the time to be with us here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Bill. So let me just say before we wrap up, please don't forget that in the museum in the cabinet room, we have our special Studio 43 session, the War Room, analyzing conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. Please feel free to take part in that there. It's an interactive session led by Kimberly and Fred Kagan. Let me just finally, in closing, say thank you to our underwriters, Bank of America, Hillwood, and Sewell, our advisors, the board of directors, and the executive advisory council, Bill Burns, and all the amazing speakers we had throughout the day. And I also want to salute the best staff in the world here at the Bush Center, the brigade team, Colinaire, and everybody who works so hard. Special shout outs to Meredith and to Caitlin. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you next year, April 24th. Thank you.